Hello everybody and welcome back to more Final Fantasy XIV Endwalker. That theme is of a better time for Garlemald, I'm sure. Anyways, no major recaps for this today's stream, just the now. So here we are in Ilsabard, namely Garlemald, and we've already made our way and made camp here in the area. And we're gonna be seeing what's what here in the, well, seemingly fallen nation of Garlemald. So without further ado, let's just get right to it. As a side note though, before we begin, last stream I did mention that I would likely be grinding a little bit off stream in order to get Dragoon up to par with Paladin, because Paladin was I think level 80, let me check, 82. So now I've gone ahead and leveled Dragoon up to level 82 as well, just so we can, you know, also yeah, fitting that we arrive in Garlemald around Christmas time. Very fitting. But let's go ahead and continue. Ishtola. A meeting. Yes, I'll make my way over once my head is cleared. In truth, I've been feeling out of sorts since we arrived. The air is thick with a palpable aura of malevolence. 'Tis the monstrous tower on the horizon, jagged, hideous, unholy. Even at this distance, its presence is overwhelming. Much like the sensation I felt in the Tower of Zot, only far more terrifying. Aether flows unceasingly towards it, converging into a swirling mass of unfathomable power. For a blessing, the constant chill in the air is helping to anchor my senses in the here and now. Tell the others I shall be with you in a few moments. Oh. Ishtola seems a little rattled. So let's go ahead and let Rahatia know. You will be pleased to know most of the tempered have been quartered inside the nearby buildings and are receiving treatment as we speak. I do, however, feel no small amount of guilt for commandeering civilian homes. The occupants may be long gone, but everything is exactly as they left it. Considering the length of time that has clearly passed since, one would expect to find them ransacked. Strangely, there are no signs of anything having been stolen. It's possible that everyone fled at the first sign of trouble, though it seems to me they left far too many useful possessions behind. Aye, although there is no conclusive evidence, I strongly suspect they were tempered. Sorry, I was merely thinking aloud. You mentioned a meeting. I will make my way there. Yeah, so, very depressing states here in Garlemald. It seems that, although this post seems abandoned, to use a light word, things aren't exactly normal. They weren't abandoned under normal circumstances, and as a result, things definitely look very out of place. Let's go talk to the friendos over here. Even in the biting cold, Graha feels the need to show off those collarbones. Yeah. Welcome to Camp Broken Ass. Thank you for informing the others of her meeting. When everyone is here, we will begin. Excuse me. It's that Garlean winter setting in.
Our present situation is as follows. Efforts to aid the people of Garlemald have begun in earnest. Moreover, having entered into the capital, the Imperial Palace is within our reach.
But before we proceed further, we must learn what has befallen this city, for therein lies the key to understanding and combating the Telophoroid's designs.
I have a suggestion, if I may.
I'm gonna crank up the game audio just a
soldiers
tiny
we
bit.
captured on the Magna Glaciers are members of the Populares and acquaintances of mine. Once we have cured them of their tempering, they should be able to give a reliable account of the events leading to the capital's downfall.
A promising idea. I will assist the healers in their ministrations. Of course, I will require a proxy of my own, assuming you can spare one. Would you like a hand? No, I am sure we will manage. Better that you take my place in the field. The noxious ether of this place disagrees with me, and as I shall need to draw on my own for the treatment, 'twill be prudent for me to remain within the camp.
I can't imagine how it must be to be Y'shtola in the situation where imagine you have to use Aether in order to see, and you more or less have like infrared vision, but you walk up in here and it's like a stank fog of green all over the place.
Meters that could keep us warm and toasty. Problem is the machines seem to have given up the ghost, and if we keep sitting around freezing our asses off, we'll be next. My smiths reckon with the right parts, they can have them working again, but it won't be easy.
Understood. The machinist will assist them in the repairs.
The rest of us should either stand
I still
watch or
really
survey
like
the
Thancred's
area.
armor.
We've made our presence known to the Telophoroi. They will be searching for us, if they have not already ascertained our position. That we have seen no sign of them since the battle suggests they have yet to do so. However, I suspect they may be biding their time.
Or perhaps we are beneath their notice.
Thinking maybe they don't care about really going after us?
In any event, we'll find no answers standing around here. Urianger, Estinian and myself have visited Garlemald recently, so we'll lead the reconnaissance efforts. Perhaps bolstered by a few Bosnian and Dalmatian scouts from my previous excursion for good measure.
Don't forget about us Alamegans. We have experienced scouts of our own.
Don't forget us
this
Alamegans.
is
I'll
turning
try
out
not
be a rather
to.
sizable team. With such numbers, we should be able to cover a wide area with relative ease, including that surrounding the Imperial Palace. How about you, Graha? I have a feeling we'll find a use or two for that vanishing spell of yours.
Twould be my honor to be of service, though I doubt that you of all people need rely on my tricks.
Also, yeah, it is weird how much neck and collarbone
That
Graha is
leaves us
showing.
with guard duty.
Aren't you cold?
As a matter of fact, I have something else in mind for the two of you and Alphinaud. Between here and the center of the capital lies the Eblan Rhine. I would have you search the area for survivors. Your keen
Lisa's
sense of
just
direction,
mad I was
honed
more
in your
excited beating
extensive
your enemies than her
travels, should prove
comrades.
useful in navigating the ice fields.
My keen sense of direction. Ice fields! I love ice fields! Oh wait, no I don't. I don't like snow.
As ever, you do not want for enthusiasm. But given your experience traipsing about through Quintus, I should be surprised if you let a little inclement weather dampen your redoubtable spirits.
Dang, she called me
And
out.
even
I
if
do
that
love
were the
Quintus.
case, the promise of hot soup upon your return would surely spur you to action.
Hot soup!
You all have your duties. Let us make haste. May the Fury bless
Hang on,
and keep
important
you.
question. What kind of soup? Because that is very important. All right. Rabbit stew? You know, under normal circumstances, I would be like, no, not rabbit stew! But you say rabbit stew, and I'm just sitting here like, is that so? Minestrone? Aww. There's this odd perception that Ishgardians have lived their whole lives in the snow, but it really wasn't that bad before the calamity. And afterwards, well, I was really more than a few paces from a raging fire. This dreadful place, on the other hand, is nothing but cold, cold, cold. And it's my understanding that Ilsabard has always been this way. Gods, can you imagine? Yes. Gods be good if it's this cold with Tataru's clothing, I dread to think how we'd fare without it. I must remember to thank her when we next meet. It makes me realize, too, that while the people of Garlemald have spent their whole lives in conditions like these, even they'd be hard-pressed to survive away from the warmth of their homes. If there are any survivors, we must find them, and quickly. All right. So it's into the Ebian Rime we go, but where do we even start looking in such a place? What about you, Alphinaud? What do you got to say? I've never thought myself much of an explorer, though I suppose my adventures have taken me to all sorts of strange and distant places. With that in mind, traversing an ice field should be a simple feat. Ho, chums! Been given something to do, have you? As it happens, I too have been ordered to make myself useful. This sounds like a rather tall order. Since you ask, we're to scour the Eblen Rime? Eblen Rime. I was reading Ebian Rime. Eblen Rime for survivors. What? Wander around the ice fields on the off chance you'll find someone? You'd take forever to finish the job without the benefit of my expertise, or more specifically, my telescope. Come, friends, I know just the spot to begin our search. Okie dokie. I'll probably regret this, but we may as well humor him. Let's hope this doesn't end in another arrow being loosed, if you catch my drift. But yeah, no, I find it very interesting that Garlemald is in the state it's currently in. Admittedly, part of me has admittedly kind of felt this way, but I definitely feel like this section of the game already is a tiny bit rushed. Like, 1 second, we're back in the source, right? Xenos, does his thing with Emperor Varus, and then all of a sudden, oh, by the by, Garlemald has fallen. It's like, wait, what? Did that happen off screen? It's like, I mean, more or less, yeah, kinda. I feel like it's something they could have probably lingered on a bit more, but I also understand the need to kind of keep the pace going since, the story moves along in patches and whatnot. I spy with my little telescope a massive sheep thing? Or maybe it's a cow. Not what we're after either way. Is that an aether current? Ah, no, just a wind sprite. Other than that, it's all snow, snow, snow. But lo, what do I see? Or yon hillock. There's no mistaking it, that's a girl. Huh? A grill? Over there behind that tree, looks like she's running away from something, sure, but no, surely not us. She wouldn't even know we're here unless she had a telescope like mine. All I can tell is that she's wearing a pale green dress, a rather fetching one at that. She'll be long gone by the time we get anywhere near, but we should be able to follow her for prints. Okay. I'll let Lucia know where you're headed. Oh, and take these warming tinctures with you. Poor girl must be chilled to the bone, if not on the verge of freezing to death. That's actually very thoughtful, thank you. But won't you need some for yourself? No, I'll be fine. As a man of chivalry, my honor demands I do no less. Unless we forget, the very reason we're here is to protect those in need. Now go, and Godspeed. All right. Let's go. Oh shit. I'm gonna turn up the music just a bit. Oh, damn. Well, this music is nice and depressing. Do I hear the we fall slash they fall leitmotif in there from Shadowbringers? Those footprints. Trail of fresh footprints lead east. Oh, by the by, Aether currents to the west. Probably over. I'm thinking over here, probably, right? Gonna go after this Aether current first. Southwest. Northeast. I'm missing it. It's like over here, right? Oh, I see it. Wait, ceruleum sprite? Interesting. So, going east. Let's see. These footprints appear to be the same as those you saw previously, and they lead towards the building. Monitoring Station G. We're getting closer, I'm sure of it. At first we thought she'd gone inside the building, but the door doesn't look to have been open in some time. She might still be nearby, so we'll keep looking around here. Then again, it's also possible that she ran right past this place. Would you mind searching up ahead? Real quick. I need to throw away some stuff. I will be right back. Don't go anywhere. And we're back. Alright, so we're looking after this. We're looking for this girl who seems to have footprints leading somewhere close to. Oh, right here. Well, this one's taking a decent chunk of time. Oh, there we go. Hello? I see someone. The girl in the green dress anxiously surveys her surroundings. Were you to call out to her from this distance, it might attract wild beasts to your location. It would be safer to get closer first, but you must do so without drawing her attention. Without drawing her attention. Follow the girl from a safe distance. The appearance of... I know that's meant to be just generic warrior of light, but I almost instinctively said, oh hey, Ardbert. The appearance of a yellow turning indicator signify that she will detect you when turning around. Make use of cover such as rocks to approach her without being seen. Similarly, a circular area indicator signifies that you will be detected for following too closely. Should you fail to complete the objective, you may try again by returning to the designated location. Okay. Now we, stealth around. No! Damn. That circular area is a new thing to John Trail, by the way. This used to be a lot less forgiving. Oh, really? The circular one? Hope you like stealth sections. No one but us trees. I should overlay some fucking Metal Gear Solid music. I mean, so far so good. What's an elegant gunship doing here? I'm gonna guess that tree. Stand, I'm trying to stealth. Oh, yep. There we go. Approach the girl in green. Alright. Hello! I am a friendly face, I promise. Phew. Still in one piece. Who are you? Stay back. This house is packed with explosives. Take another step and I'll blow this. Whoa. Relax. I'm Alphinaud. This is my sister Alize and our good friend Vel. We have no intention of hurting or taking anything from you or anyone else. I give you my word. We and your comrades have come to provide aid to the people of Garlemald. Aid? You savages are the ones responsible for... Excuse me? We didn't, I promise you. One of the other reasons we came was to find out what happened here, in fact. The Talafroi are the ones to blame. They're the ones who laid waste to Garlemald. And they won't stop until they've destroyed the entire world. They're the enemy. Our enemy. On our way, we encountered Imperial soldiers who had been made their thralls. Those poor souls are now in our care, and we're striving to cure them of their affliction. You're the first person we've met who wasn't already enslaved. How were you able to escape the Talafroi's influence? Are there any others like you? I'm sorry, I don't mean to overwhelm you. Let's start with introductions. Can you tell me your name? My name's Licinia. Licinia? Licinia. As for how I managed to stay sane, I've been asking myself the same question ever since that night. And the roar, that terrible roar, and then the screams. Sorry, I couldn't help but be distracted by that fucking menacing as hell music. What the hell? I was screaming too, I think. I'm not sure, I can't remember. Oh. Then came silence. Everything was still. It was like waking up from a nightmare. I thought that maybe the fighting had stopped, so I stepped outside. If your hells are real, I saw one that day. I ran past friends, people I'd known all my life, eyes vacant, dead, staring at the sky. Others were mad and violent. I saw them struggle with soldiers, but didn't stay to watch. I fled as far as my legs could take me. Do you have any family here? Is this their home? No, this is Victor's Spoils, a mansion for retired soldiers, or was. But now me and a few others are borrowing it. As for explosives, I was making that up. I just wanted to keep everyone else safe, and I didn't know if you were... Truth is, our supplies are running low. You said you're here to help. Can you? Of course. Whatever assistance we can provide, we will. Thank you. I'd better tell the others first, though. Wait here. This is everyone. Licinia says you can be trusted, but these are desperate times. We'd be fools to let foreign troops in our home. Having said that, were you to provide us with means of heating the place, as a sign of goodwill, perhaps we could take you at your word. If that's too much to ask, then leave us be. Time to put my firewood gathering skills to use. Could you provide the spark with a little magic, Alize? We'll have a fire burning in no time. May we build it under that gazebo? The what? Oh, you mean the bower. Yeah, do as you will. Couldn't you just, in theory, start up a fire by casting fire magic? What's up with her? That was strange. How the mighty are fallen. Licinia inner turmoil is plain on her face. Sorry, I'm still finding it hard to come to terms with all that's happened. Now that you're here though, I'm hoping things might change for the better. You know, I've worked up quite a sweat from all that running about, so I'll leave space around the fire for the others. As you can tell, they're in far worse state than me. We were planning to look for somewhere warmer with more food, but they're not going anywhere until we nurse them back to health, which I don't know how to do. Is there anything you can do to help them? I mean, you could, but also they're Garleans. They think magic is heretical. Oh, fair enough. Wait, is that the case? Do they really think magic is just straight up? What the hell? Who's running the lo-fi beats to... Oh. Well, I have something to listen to later when the stream is done. Holy shit. I'm curious though, who's playing this over the radio? I was under the assumption that a lot of Garlemald was just gone. Is it like a dead broadcast or something? I can treat their frostbite and their wounds, but it will take time for the fire to do its work. Now would be a good occasion to make use of Amandaline's tinctures. The ones that can warm the body from the inside out. We should make sure everyone gets one. Reminds me of the end of MGS2. Yeah, that's kind of the vibe I was getting too. I suspect once the fire dies, it will return with a vengeance. They talk about who's playing it, how it's playing, and what that song is later. Oh, okay. Imagine you, the player, driving around in your car and seeing someone raise up their hand and something starts glowing. You would probably freak out. That's Garleans when they run into magic users. Oh, I see. But tell me, have you heard aught of the city? Though calling it that seems absurd after what's happened. It's nothing but ruins now. The few buildings still standing offer no more than meager protection from wind and snow. Food production, water purification, the magitech that sustained us that has come to a grinding halt. What machina remains is operational, cannot be run for a lack of ceruleum. Of course, cerulean ingens is full of the stuff. For all the good it does to us, it does us. No one here knows the first thing about extraction or refinement. I mean, that makes sense. They are the Empire. You wouldn't want your citizens to know how your innermost tech works, right? Like how your quote-unquote magic system works. I suppose that makes sense, but geez, really setting them up to fail in the event that the Empire ever falls. They're like a race of Captain Americas in a world full of X-Men. Gotcha. Okay, yeah. All is well. Yes, never better. Would you know how to extract oil? No. Libation is this. Is it poison by any chance? It was a joke. If I laugh, 'tis that I may not weep. If I lap, 'tis that I may not weep. So said the poet, and alas, my tears would freeze on my cheek ere they fell. We are the blessed damned, to bear witness to the fall of the great empire, while our brethren lie dead, or live on as puppets of flesh. First came the war, then came the roar. When morning came, Garlemald was no more. And in a cacophony of gunfire, explosions, and screams was our beloved capital razed to the ground. From the rubble rose the disheveled remains, their lavish finery caked in ash, as they shuffled mindlessly towards the palace, each bearing a fragment of stone or metal, an offering perhaps to the architect of our destruction. A hopeful few tried to reason with the deranged, only to be beaten for their kindness. But I knew better than to plead with the horde. I fled with my health, if not my conscience preserved. Now I wait with my fellow cowards for our final judgment. Heavy fucking stuff, man. Holy shit. Tincture. May as well drink it, I suppose. This? It's radio. You don't have them where you come from, I take it. We use them to listen to messages sent by others, even over great distances. There are different types, but this model is by far the most popular. Made with quality components crafted with the finest ore, sourced from Locus Ammonis. It is not all that useful since the capital fell into ruin. The people at the broadcasting station must have either fled or ended up like all the others, because all we've been hearing is the same music being played over and over again. Home beyond the horizon. An ode to the brave men and women sent to reclaim our ancestral homeland of Locus Ammonis. We may have founded an empire in these frozen wastes, but we always hope to take back what was once ours. 'Tis a solemn reminder that though we must suffer great hardship, better days will surely come. Despite everything, I believe the Emperor Varus yet lives, and that he speaks to us through faking his murder. He must have foreseen this catastrophe and chosen to conceal himself, that he may one day make it. I missed the stealth check section, but I wanted to comment. Imagine doing that sneaking duty on the gold saucer cactuar. Seems it was just the wind. ENDWALKER not seeming so cheery now. Yeah. I'm not gonna tell him. It's probably the last bit of hope that he's clinging on to. Few things to ask you. Are you part of the group staying in Laterum? I saw Legatus Vergilia's troops heading on towards the Magna Glacies a few days ago. Are they the ones you encountered? Camp Broken Glass, you call it. And Vergilia and her men are all there now. So how did you reach the Magna Glacies? Did you cross the mountains on foot? No, we came in by airship. Airships. And there might be a way to... Licinia? Where is everyone? Is something the matter? A voice from inside you said... Perhaps a baby amnesty has found its way into the house. It wouldn't be the first time. Thought the soldiers to scare them off. All the animals have been roaming close to the settlements, so some have been known to attack people too. I've just had an idea. If you and yours are strong enough to defeat the Gatus, then surely a few beasts shouldn't pose a threat. If you've a mind to continue helping us, perhaps you could head to the other side of the lake. There's a small group of tappers living there, people whose job was to extract this ceruleum. They still do, from what we can tell. I've already tried asking if they would share their fuel with us, but they're not willing to give it away. They want food in exchange, lots of food. And that's something we don't have that we can get on our own. In which they're done, we have to make our way past all those creatures. Would you be willing to go in our place? We only need enough ceruleum to last until the others are strong enough to travel to our camp. If the offer still stands, that is. Oh, I don't expect you to give up your own supplies, but there might be another way to pay the tappers. You'd best watch out. Wouldn't want you getting ambushed or anything. Someone standing right outside. However you decide to head there, please be careful. Uh-huh. Already you were giving me very suspect vibes, but now I'm even more suspect. Alright. Yeah, no, in all honesty, I can definitely see what you mean, by the way. This, I think, is a culmination of the other versions of, what we've seen of A Nation in Despair, right? With Stormblood, we were introduced to a nation in despair that has all but accepted its fate, right? And is too afraid to kind of rebel back and fight back for their liberation, right? With Shadowbringers, we encountered a populace that had all but accepted its fate and was more than willing to just live in complacency, just trying to live out their final days kind of thing, right? But with this, we're being introduced to a people who are still reeling days, if not weeks, after their nation's initial collapse, and are still holding out for hope that things might not be as bad as they seem. Reality hasn't set in for most of them yet. This message will repeat until none are left to hear it. What do you mean I stand out like a sore thumb? If the purebloods are over at Victor Spoils hadn't given away our location, you'd never have found us. Those stuck-up arseholes thought they could come waltzing in here demanding ceruleum with nothing to offer in return. Ha! Looks like the boot's on the other foot now. The capital's gone to shake. So they've resorted to sending you to negotiate. I know your game, Sellsword. If they think we'll give in to intimidation, they've got another thing coming. Oh, come on! Stop, please consider me intimidated. There you are. Just after you left, Cindy asked me to go and catch up with you in case you needed a hand. Someone must have let it slip that I have a little experience in transporting barrels of ceruleum. So this is Tapper's Den. Well then, after you. Hello. Wait, a Hrothgar with a horn on his head? Who are you? What happened to the guards? I beat him up. Yours isn't the rebels here to save the people of Garlemald? That doesn't make any goddamn sense. Why in the hells would you pass up this chance to put those Imperial bastards to the sword? let me guess, none of you are Garlean. You were brought here from other lands. Girabania, Yangxia, Boja, Dalamaska, to name a few. Some dragged here against our will, others fed bollocks about a better life, all put to work extracting ceruleum. All given the esteemed title of On, placing us firmly on the bottom rung of the ladder. But the old hierarchy means nothing in the new Garlemald, says we. About the only thing that's escaped more or less unscathed is Cerulia Ingens, still sustaining us even with our paymasters out of the picture. We hear you're experts in drawing up ceruleum from the bottom of the lake, but how can you do that if it's frozen over? Ha! Wouldn't you like to know? Trade secrets, I'm afraid. At any rate, it's not as if ceruleum's used for much these days. With the city in ruins, we take in enough to power our heaters and save the surplus for later. And though it helps stave off the cold, it does sod all about our hunger unless we can trade it away. Speaking of which, be sure to tell your contingent we've got ceruleum by the barrelful. If they're interested, we'll exchange it for whatever provisions they're willing to spare. We can certainly ask, but if you're all free to go now, why carry on living here? Free to go? Go where? Even if we managed to get back to our homelands, there'd be nothing left for us. Thanks to the Empire and the knowledge and skills we've acquired, working here would be practically useless outside of Garlemald. So we're staying for the time being, long as there's a need for ceruleum, we'll find a way to get by, even if Garlemald as we know it is gone for good. Gone for good. Regardless of what the Elsebar contingent does for the people of Garlemald, the Empire itself is already a thing of the past. For many, that would be a cause for celebration, while for others, their whole way of life will have been turned upside down. After all the atrocities committed in the Empire's name, perhaps it's for the best that is co-signed to history. But what of the ordinary people? Their lives, their stories, should they be forgotten? And all of a sudden the we fall leitmotif from Shadowbringers makes sense. The Empire itself is gone, and all the bad that it's done expunged from the world, with what's left being a hollowed out husk. But what of the people that remain? Should their history, their culture, their way of life, all of that be forgotten? So you've come seeking ceruleum, have you? What? Those purebloods up at Victor's Spoils sent you. Turn to their enemies for help, they must be more desperate than I'd thought. Then again, Licinia's got her little sister to think about. A sister? But we only saw Licinia and 3 men. It's possible she died from whatever was ailing her. If she needed treatment, I doubt there'd be any way to get it around here. I may have refused Licinia at first, thinking she'd come back with something to exchange, but I can spare them a bottle's worth of the ceruleum. Consider it a reward for introducing me to the rest of your contingent, and be sure to send them our way, you hear? I can't for the life of me think why Licinia would keep her sister a secret from us. We can but ask that after we've delivered the ceruleum. Come on, let's hurry back. Yeah, it's very interesting to me that we're being presented with this moral quandary for the Garleans, but I think it's obviously very, very interesting to note that it's going to be hard to extend the same kind of kindness that we did to a lot of the other people that we've fought, considering the Garlean Empire has been largely responsible for a lot of the world's problems up until this point. But even then, you consider Emmet Selk and what the Asians were doing, and how much of it was truly the root of the Garleans doing, right? Like, obviously, a lot of the racism and a lot of the xenophobia and stuff like that is very much ingrained into Garlean way of life. I mean, we met Licinia, and she initially called us savages. So to me, it's like, okay, well, hold on. It's not even just the soldiers that are trained kind of like to think this way. It's just in general. This isn't right. It's too quiet. I would have thought Alphinaud would still be retreating them by the fire, but they're nowhere to be seen. I'll look inside the house while you search outside. They can't have gone far. Yeah, where did everyone go? Took the radio with them, too. Oh, what the? They asked me to help them carry supplies. And when I followed them back here, they attacked me. Caught me off guard, forced me to defend myself. I fear they fared rather worse than me. You can't fool us. We know what you're about. Vultures, that's what you are. Waiting in the wings for us to show weakness. Then, in you swoop. Here to help? What rot. All a ploy to make us lower our guard. Let you in, put ourselves at your mercy, put us in chains, steal our lands, get your revenge. You're wrong. That's not what any of us want. Save the arguments for later. We've got bigger problems. I found empty medicine bottles in the bed that was still warm. It's true. Licinia was hiding her sick sister inside the house. But now there's no sign of either of them. Where are they? Where did they go? Away from you and yours. And if you think I'll tell you, you're a fool. I'd never give up my people. We're trying to help them, you idiot! Her sister's ill. The empty bottles prove it. So the medicine ran out, or she put it in her pockets to make it easier to carry, or to avoid the sound of clinking glass. There are beasts everywhere. How could you let them go alone? To protect them from you. You invade our homeland, taint it with the same sorcery used to slay our countrymen. A Garlean should sooner die than suffer the insult. Better for them to flee, keep their purity intact, than be corrupted by your vile magics. We were waiting for the chance to free them, since the moment you arrived. I cannot say how Licinia and her sister will react when we find them, but find them we must. Go on without me, both of you, for saying to tend to my injuries, and theirs. I will join you in search after. Alright, be careful. We'll do our best to find them quickly. There's only one path out of here, so that's where we'll start. I find it... How interesting that they're accusing us of invading their lands when all we're trying to do is help them. When... Isn't that the Garlean Empire's, like, whole modus operandi? Young woman, come on. Propaganda is a hell of a drug, yeah? That was a very interesting and exchange of dialogue there. Also, kind of worried for Alphinaud, not gonna lie. The trail stops at the frozen lake. Perhaps they chose this route to not leave footprints. I can't think of any other reason. Look at this place, it's crawling with beasts, and I can imagine how hard it must be for her ailing sister to cross the ice. We could really do with Alphinaud's help, but we can't afford to wait for him. Let's split up and look for clues. Alright. Okay, gang. Okay, gang. Let's split up and look for clues. Alright, so let me get on my bike. Oh, right over there. Empty bottle. For some time, and it's not like covering your sister. Okay, so that's a no-no. You know what? Admittedly, I saw the general area and I almost got a little afraid because I thought this was an older Final Fantasy game. I almost thought like, oh man, I don't want to explore all this because freaking random encounters are gonna happen. Also, fresh blood. Uh-oh. Oh shit. They're not. Oh.
Blood trail. We found one. They were attacked. No. Why wouldn't they?
Safer to brave the wilds than trust in our magic. We should have... I should have... We can't leave them like this. We have to take them home.
What if we're only making it worse?
Maybe we don't belong here, but neither do they. Not out here in the wind and the cold. I heard the story about Varus's voice from beyond the grave. Of course, I didn't believe it, but Licinia and her sister did. Perhaps there is something to the tale after all. I want to understand, so I'm going to borrow this for a while, if that's all right. You had every reason not to trust us. We came as trespassers, invaders. But I pray that in time, we will be more than that to you. That we will find a way to help your loved ones. And see that no more children are left to freeze alone in the snow.
Oh, some heavy stuff, man. We've already caused enough harm here. Let's return to the camp before we cause any more. And for those inside the house, we should send someone to take care of them. Someone who isn't us. All we can do for now is make a report to Lucia and do everything in our power to prevent further tragedy. Territum? Is there a... There's something over yonder, but obviously not intended to go there yet. Alright, well, Alize and Alphinaud tell me they have finished the preliminary search for survivors, but refrain from saying much more than that. Clearly they are reluctant to provide details. Might I ask for your account? It's a harrowing one.
Thank you for your report. We shall inform the troops of these developments and instruct them to proceed with the utmost caution should they encounter any survivors.
Allow me to go and speak with the ones at the victor's spoils. They may be more willing to listen to a fellow Garlean and accept our offer of assistance.
I pray you are right. And though I am loath to burden you any further, should there be an appropriate occasion to speak of Licinia and her sister, please do so.
I am sorry to have put you through this.
My distress is nothing compared to their suffering. So tell me, what else have we learned?
As you may have already heard, we have succeeded in curing the members of the Populares, Maxima identified. They have provided us with some intriguing insights into the current state of Garlemald. The assassination of Emperor Varus was the catalyst for the civil war. Nerva declared his claim to the throne, and his opponents refused to recognize it. Fighting broke out in the capital, where Nerva's 3rd Legion clashed with the 1st, who remained loyal to Varus even after his death.
Of course, even Imperial warmongers would balk at the idea of turning their shining city into a battleground. Like burning down the wood to spite the wasps. Neither side would be so mad.
So what? Yeah, so...
Unless something or someone inflamed their animosity to such an extent that they could not help but act against their better judgment.
Daniel.
It brings to mind events of the Gimlet Dark, does it not? The Emperor's sudden withdrawal from the front line, specifically. Nerva and his father, Titus, Varus's then political rival, took advantage of rumors that Crown Prince Zenos had been possessed by a demon.
Elidibus, what better way to disparage your enemies than with the truth, or a close enough approximation?
Yep.
Indeed. But before their accusations could be substantiated, many of Titus's followers were silenced. While some were merely stripped of their status, others died under curious circumstances. One after another, suddenly and suspiciously.
Again, Elidibus. Like as not, he had a hand in it. No evidence was found to implicate Varus, certainly.
Yeah.
Nevertheless, Titus, Nerva, and the 3rd Legion would have judged it a brazen attempt by the Emperor to rid himself of his political enemies. And then, in the midst of this growing turmoil, Varus Sosgalvis is murdered.
By none other than Zenos.
And Garlemald's own prodigal son, Gaius van Belsar, is named the murderer. Shortly thereafter, Nerva claims the right of succession, and in response, the 1st Legion claims the assassination was part of a coup d'etat orchestrated by Titus and Nerva.
So that's how they're spinning this.
So no one is at fault, and everyone else is to blame.
Yeah.
I should add that both parties received substantial financial backing, presumably to provide them with the means and encouragement to pursue a swift victory, and that these contributions came from the self-same benefactor.
I'd heard House Brutus had been filling the 3rd Legion's coffers, but the 1st as well.
It would seem so. Though the Populares determined that the 1st Legion received funds from a variety of organizations, all had connections to House Brutus.
So Fandaniel, in the guise of Asahi, was playing both sides against each other the entire time.
Yep. That sounds about right.
The information we gained from my friends does not end there. One night, shortly after fighting broke out, the capital was shaken by an immense tremor.
And that would be when the...
From that point onward, they have no memories, no recollection of any events, including our clash on the Magna Glaciers.
That would be when the big tower
But when
showed
asked
up
about
then.
The Imperial Palace and its bizarre transformation, they somehow recall Emperor Varus giving them orders in their dreams.
Wait, Varus?
May the Tower of Babel stand as testament to the glory of Garlemald.
Tower... Oh.
This sounds awfully familiar.
We have something to show you all.
Varus being channeled as if he's a primal?
Varus spoke to them through this radio. Perhaps it was a recording, but if not, that would be inexplicable.
We are of one mind, then.
The ether that permeates the ore used in this device is almost identical to that of the talismans.
I see it. While it is likely more by coincidence than design, these devices might also ward against a primal's influence. A picture is beginning to form. If the tremor felt throughout Garlemald was a wave of ether emitted by a primal, then while those within range would have been tempered, those huddled around a radio desperate for news concerning the Civil War would have been spared.
Oh.
No wonder Licinia kept it close.
Interesting.
My friends, I must speak with you. A young man was caught trying to steal our supplies. He is a soldier of the Iron Men, we think, but one who has not been made thrall. Thankfully, Magni restrained him before blood was spilled. The stranger is outside, if you wish to ask him questions.
I think we do.
How interesting. So the well, whoa.
Who do we have here?
Garleans? Traitors to your homeland! Have you no shame?
I am Lucia Junius, a temple knight of Ishgard. And you are?
Jullus Urbanus. And that's all you invaders will get from me.
We are not here to invade Garlemald. Far from it. Like you, our allies in Eorzea and the Far East fight in defense of their lives and their loved ones even as we speak. But it is the people of Garlemald who have suffered most. This we know. And that is why we have come to offer you our aid, that we may unite against our common foe. Whether you believe me or not, those are the facts. Now, answer me this. Why would a proud soldier of the Empire be reduced to stealing? The situation must be dire indeed for you to go to such lengths. If it is supplies you seek, we would gladly share ours, or turn a blind eye while you leave with your spoils.
I will not negotiate. My commander will determine how to deal with you and yours. If you wish to treat with him, I will take you, but no more than 3.
I don't much like the sound of that. But if we do accept his proposal, I suggest the 2 of us and...
Alphinaud, you're Mr. Politician.
Please allow me and Alize to act as envoys.
Oh, also Alize.
May I ask why?
We have seen with our own eyes the hardships the Garleans face. How their futures and lives hang in the balance.
It's not the warmest invitation, but it's an opportunity to prove our intentions true. Maybe not a chance to make things right, but a chance to make them better.
No ifs, ands, or buts. I'm going with you guys.
I can see that persuading you otherwise is a lost cause, but you will proceed with the utmost care.
A couple of children and what? A sellsword? Is this an insult?
Excuse you, bitch. I am the sellsword.
Not in the least. You will find that they are more than qualified to speak on our behalf.
They call me
There are many dangers on
the
the road
sellsword
ahead.
of light.
I will need that back.
All right. You will be received as invited guests, and so I urge you to observe a proper social etiquette and conduct yourselves accordingly. Your safe return takes precedence above all else. Remember this. Thancred in particular will be worried sick if you're gone too long. May the Fury watch over and keep you. Alright. Are you and the children ready? I'll explain the route once we're outside your camp. If anyone attempts to follow us, we will judge it an act of hostility. We will not hesitate to take appropriate measures. I would expect nothing less. You have our full cooperation. Alright, let's get going. And I'm assuming now we're headed to the place up on the map that's possibly over there. Southwest. Alright, this is far enough. Listen carefully. We head over that hill, then follow the road until we reach Liminal Station 4. Children in the lead, I want you where I can see you. We do have names, you know. I'm Alizé and he's Alphinaud. And last but not least, there's Vel. Vel. Where have I heard that before? No matter. Alphinaud and Alizé will watch the road ahead while we bring up the rear. I wasn't lying about there being many dangers, so you're to run, not saunter, run towards the station. If you even think about going for your weapon, the deal's off. Should any creatures bar the way, we go around them. Once you choose to depart, Jullus will accompany you. Alphinaud and Alizé will then begin moving towards the destination. Make your way to Liminal Station 4 without falling behind. If you leave Jullus behind for any reason or lose sight of Alphinaud and Alizé, you may try again returning to the starting point. Why does it feel, by the way, that Liminal Station 4 almost feels like a... I'm blanking on the word for it, but it's like alternate words for Final Fantasy IV. Oh boy. We're walking. Admittedly, I do like the introduction of these kinds of quests into the game. It keeps things nice and active and fresh. Alright, almost there. Oh, right. Something I was gonna say is I find it very interesting that the Garleans seem to have their own version of a talisman, but in the shape of the radio, that it protects them from primal influence, which I think is like, huh. On one hand, a little convenient that you have that, but also I'm sure it'll be oh. This is it, the first stop, that is. Good, it looks like your friends knew better than to follow us. Are these your headquarters? No, we're stopping here so I can check for pursuers. Since it appears you've kept to your side of the bargain, we can carry on. North of the station is Regio Domorum, one of the main residential areas, or at least it was. The afflicted roam the streets in packs. They'll tear us to shreds if given a chance. Keep close, no wandering off, understood? Hold on. minute, where did the... Mansuya... There we go. I'm guessing they already equipped it, right? I guess so. Alright. It's interesting that it was engineered, formulated when it came to the alchemist, but coincidental in the case of the Garleans. Yeah, no. I think it's a little weird that, coincidentally the Garleans also, right before a tower of theirs springs into existence, develop a way to sort of circumvent primal corruption. I think that's very interesting. Just because, at least for the guys in Thavnair, it took them a bit of research in order to get it done. It's a little weird. There we go. I see where your comrades chose you. Jullus, our contingent has a cure for the afflicted, or tempered as we call them. Your people would need to be taken into custody so that we may administer the treatment, but they would eventually regain their sanity. Is that so? For all I know, your treatment would simply force them to forsake one master for another. No! So as I and my legion are concerned, they are no longer our people, they are beyond saving. Those who thought differently and tried to reason with them were butchered for their bleeding hearts. Come, we have to keep moving. A little bizarre. We would rather die than cure the potentially afflicted. A little odd. I hate to watch you bear this burden alone. Looks like we're not being followed. We'll continue onward. But when their idea of curing the afflicted was sitting down over a cup of tea, of course it went poorly. Yeah, that's fair enough. Still, I don't know. We're in essence killing folks who could be cured. He truly believes there's nothing that can be done for them. No wonder he isn't afraid to get his hands dirty. The surest way to limit casualties is to reach our destination without drawing attention to ourselves. Perhaps afterwards we can try again to convince Jullus that the tempered can be saved. I meant what I said. These people deserve only death. I stayed my hand before only out of a desire to remain undiscovered, and that is still the higher priority. We should continue to avoid any unnecessary confrontations. We keep following the railway. Poor guys. Like, when you put... We've taken out so many Garlean soldiers. I understand it's like, oh, well, why are you suddenly feeling bad? It's because now we have a cure for tempering. A very, very workable cure that has already kind of worked. We already worked it on some of the people that were part of the Popularis that, you know, Maxima identified earlier, but the untempered Garleans still have negative trust in Neorzian, so until there's some level of trust gained, they won't bother to entertain what seems like a lost cause. Stuck in their ways, I suppose. But it's just needless death. Hold on, what the hell? Oh! Yeah, no, these guys are definitely a lost cause. Holy fuck! I'm, hold on. I'm, gonna guess that's that good old stage 2 corruption, am I right? Jeez. Such a transformation is likely irreversible. I think they were once ordinary people. Yeah. Look at what they have become. Would you still stand there and claim that they can be cured? I mean, not them! Those exposed to a vast quantity of a primal's aether may suffer severe corruption. Even with treatment, such victims are beyond salvation. Then you admit it. Now that you have seen these monstrosities for yourself, perhaps you will think twice before speaking of a kid. Well, we're here. Oh, going the wrong way. Likely next to the building. We're almost there. You have kept your side of the agreement, so I will keep mine. This way. This is Tertium, one of Garlemald's largest stations. It now serves as our headquarters. I've already sent the twins ahead. I will be with you soon, so wait for me at the bottom of the stairs. More radios. Try talking to some of the people in here. They may have some choice words. Clearly has no intention of speaking with you. All right. Very talkative bunch. Very talkative bunch. Guys, I did it. I found him. I found Queso. The Aetherite is not responding. Huh. Let me grab a drink real quick while this plays. It's plain to see why they chose this as their base of operations. They could have done a lot worse. Even so, I imagine it's not the easiest place to live. Wouldn't it be the funniest thing if you started calling them savages and Flare aided their camp? Indeed, and if Jullus was willing to make it the perilous journey to Camp Broken Glass in search of food, their own supplies must all be but exhausted. They may be shielded from the wind and snow, but it's still bitterly cold, much like Victor's spoils. It must be a constant struggle to keep their people warm. Lower your voices. While you may be here as my guests, the others will not take kindly to your presence. My commander's in the locomotive over there. Over there. Popping open a soda. Look, in wintry times like this, it's good to open up a Coke. Still nothing to say. Well, no wonder, I just stepped on this child's leg, just ugh.
These are their chosen representatives.
Very well. Let us hear what they have to say.
Yes, sir. I present to you our commander, Lord Quintus Van Kina, Legatus of the First Legion.
Oh, look at your beard. Holy shit.
The First? I had no idea you had survived.
We lost our emperor, our city, more than half our troops. For my wounds, I may never take the field again. But we survived, aye. In a manner much to your liking, I dare say.
We have no intention of adding to your misfortunes, nor do we bear you any ill will.
For now. For now, at least. Also, my PNGTuber stopped.
Though you children may speak in earnest, overtures of peace ever ring hollow in my ears. So long as man stands to profit from his neighbor's suffering, war is inevitable.
Just a second to restart my PNGTuber. Ugh, won't take long. Just a second. Alright, we're back. All right. But yeah, I do find it very interesting that seemingly he kind of does have a point here. Although it's left to wonder. Spare me, though your children may speak in earnest, overtures of peace ever ring hollow in my ears. So long as man stands to profit from his neighbor's suffering, war is inevitable. I mean, yeah, I agree, but, you know.
Driven from our ancestral homeland into this blasted waste. Yet still you yearned to rob us of our paltry scraps. 'Twas only with Magitech that you learned to keep your distance. Though we knew it was only a matter of time before you regrouped and returned.
I'm sorry.
Conquest and empire were our only defenses.
Were they,
Solus
though?
and Varys understood this, and through their campaigns saw us grow and prosper. Much blood has been spilled in Garlemald's name, aye. But if it is a choice between yours and mine, then it is hardly a choice at all.
I do not deny that a great many conflicts throughout history were driven by the desire or necessity to gain by another's loss. That is not why we are here. Nor have we come to petition your aid in the war with the Telophoroi, grave though that threat may be. Our purpose is simply this. We wish to help you. Let us help you. If there is aught that can be done to ease your plight, we would be glad to do it.
Perhaps you would. But regardless of the ideals you espouse, your leaders would not send an army into Garlemald if they did not stand to benefit. If we accept their aid, they will expect their efforts to be rewarded once the Telophoroi are no longer a threat. And after compensation and concessions, the great empire would be brought to heel. Her enemies rejoice at her downfall. Our third eye, a mark of shame.
We won't stand idly by and let your people be humiliated. And we're not alone in that. We only want to make a difference, to make this world of ours better. Surely you can understand that.
They lost their homeland, Corvos.
What I'm trying to say is, there are so many people who just don't care about making you suffer. And maybe that's almost insulting after all the suffering you feel the world has subjected your people to, but believe it or not, that's the truth. And now we're here, and all we're asking is for you to tell us what you want, what you hope for.
So much blood has been shed, so much lost. All because of this endless war. Who wouldn't want to end it? Can we not work together to face our problems as one?
Answer me this, young peacemakers. If a world without conflict is your desire, why reject the unity and prosperity of Garlemald? Is it because we do not share your faith? That we do not share your heritage? That our ideals and virtues differ? That we cherish and hold in the highest that which you do not? Disparity is the root of discord, and peace built on compromise is flawed and fleeting. Happiness for one and all is a dream, and the reality is that to the victor go the spoils. That is why we Garleans will never submit nor surrender. For freedom and for pride, we will remain true to ourselves until the bitter end. That is my hope. It seems there is nothing more to say on the matter.
The hell?
You will remain here while I decide what is to be done with you. Do not be alarmed. No harm will come to you if you cooperate.
We will not resist. However, as your guests, I ask that we be allowed to speak with the other members of your group.
As you wish. I had no intention of locking you up, as by dawn you would be frozen stiff and you're no good to me dead. You are free to move about the encampment, but there is one condition. Collar them.
Collar?
What are these?
Incentive. You'll be watched at all times. Stray too far or act suspiciously, and we will administer a rather painful shock.
Oh.
Stop. Keep away from that one. The champion of Eorzea is not so easily cowed.
That's right.
Even if he allowed himself to be collared, the shock would be no more than an itch. No. If he refuses to obey, we will activate the twins' restraints instead.
You needn't worry about us.
We'll forget we're even wearing them soon enough.
Even now, you still... Why go to such lengths? What is it all for?
Because even the most bitter adversary may one day... On the coldest, blackest sun's bigger though it may be, we must sure the one for our fire. Yep, that's exactly who I was thinking of. That is precisely who I was thinking of.
You are a curious one. A far cry from the merciless barbarian others paint you to be.
Mm-hmm.
You will be their warden. Take them away.
Bottom one, you'd see a flashback of harsh font.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'd imagine so. Though the first one felt more appropriate considering, you know, Emetzelk's role in the Garlean Empire and all that. Alright, well, I think it's time to talk to the people. Fun fact, Quintus's outfit is the Law's Order aiming set. Oh, neat. We're in no hurry to disobey Lord Quintus, if that's what you mean. Or perhaps you doubt the wisdom of his decision. Who told you that? Emperor Solus Galvus, that's right. Do as you will, but remember, I'll be watching. If I catch wind of you doing anything untoward, trying to trick our people into turning their coats and the like, those shockhouse will be the least of your worries, understood? Though we're somewhat compromised, to put it lightly, let's not waste this opportunity. I suggest splitting up and learning what we can of the situation. And above all else, don't use magics of any sort. Make a war over you, even outside the camp. I know full well I couldn't stop you if I tried, but do not forget, if you do anything to endanger our us or our interests, Alphinaud will pay the price. Yo, what if I just walk up to one of them and I just go, "Hey buddy, want to see me heal myself?" Somehow I doubt he'd believe you if you said, "Yeah, Emperor Solus was hiding in my shadow for a few months last year while I was trapped in parallel dimension." Hey buddy, want to see me equip one of my mitts? You came with Jullus, didn't you? Well, whatever business brought you here, you'd best keep your hands off that aetheryte. It's deactivated, but I'd rather you didn't mess about with it. There are others throughout the city, built by Garleans for Garleans, could teleport all over the blink of an eye, provided there was a terminal nearby. These days, however, we use the aetheryte's power to keep this place lit, though that comes at the cost of its normal function. Wait, seriously? You're using the aetheryte as a giant light? I mean, sure, if it works, I guess. Well, I mean, clearly someone's using it. It's you, Mel Fox. I served under Lord Gaius in the 14th Legion. I was there on the night of the Praetor. You and your adventures, you... Subson doesn't... You. Just another faceless enemy to be cut down, but it won't be long until our countrymen return, until you get what you deserve. Mark my words. Well... Suddenly, I don't feel like running the Praetorium anymore. Ugh. I know who you are. The so-called champion of Eorzea. Come to gloat, have you? I'll wipe that smirk off your face by the blood of our fallen compatriots. I swear I'll... Damn, tore the sutures. Of all the times, the worst of the lot within striking distance, and I can't even muster the strength. If it weren't for the third bleeding us, we'd be the end of you. Vergilia's treachery nearly cost Lord Quintus his life, but we made our escape, took shelter in a mansion, tended to the wounded as we prepared to strike back, and then night fell and we gathered around the radio. Then the roar, terrible roar. The capital was in chaos, but we were spared. If you can call this a mercy, mind intact but body broken, soldier in name alone, I'd cut you down where you stand if I could, murderer. Don't I want my tombstones? There's other ways I can get tombstones. Without running Praetorium. Oh. The radio is the same model as the one used at Victor's Spoil. Perhaps it is what saved the soldiers from here from being tempered. Did you learn anything of note? People here really don't like me. Their plight is desperate indeed. The sick and injured are at greatest risk. Without warmth and proper nutrition, I feel they will soon perish. I realize there's precious little we can do for them at present, but I cannot bear to see them suffer. Please, will you help me tend to them? Who's there? My eyes, I can't see all that well. Thank you. The numbness has subsided a little. But I know it won't last much longer. You should look to the others who can still fight. Give them my ration. If me going hungry means someone else lives to see another day, so be it. At least I can still serve in a way. They have made his feelings on the matter quite clear, but even he must recognize they are not in a position to refuse help. Maybe Julius could persuade him, though we need to persuade Julius first. Alright, Julius, we gotta talk to you, buddy. Well, seen enough? Julius, the people here have barely enough food and fuel to survive. Have you and the other soldiers been able to procure any more supplies? You've been scavenging provisions from the nearby houses, and most families kept some stored away in the event they were snowed in. Still going out and getting it is dangerous work, and we've a lot of mouths to feed. Fuel is the greater concern, though. We had some ceruleum set aside until it was stolen. We haven't identified the culprit. Could have been either refugees or one of the afflicted for all we know. Either way, we're down to the last straw. Dregs. Excuse me. Without the heating they need, those in poor health are only going to get worse instead of better. If it's ceruleum you need, our contingent has secured a ready supply. We can have some sent over. We will not accept your charity. If we can hold on a little longer, the situation is sure to change. Aye, everything will change. One of your comrades mentioned something along those lines. Heard something of it, have you? Well, from what I've seen, there's little you could do to interfere, so there's no harm in telling you. One of our scouts spotted a hooded man issuing instructions to the afflicted, or in the bastard's words, loyal servants of the Telophoroi. Then he made his way inside the Imperial Palace, or what stands in its place. We'd identified the seat of the enemy's power. We realized Lord Quintus dispatched a messenger to the 10th Legion, saying as much, and instructing them to join forces with the provincial legions, to prepare for a combined assault on the Telophoroi. Once our allies arrive, your contingent will be sent running from the hills. Then we shall reclaim the capital by our own hand. And how do you intend to survive in the meantime? At this rate, many of your countrymen will perish long before reinforcements reach Garlemald. They need help now. Say the word and we will bring you ceruleum. Speak with Lord Quintus, then. Well, that was fast. No, he will not place Garlemald in the debt of her enemies. I have, however, been ordered to search for ceruleum outside. As you are under my watch, you will come with me. Jesus Christ. Trouble than you're worth. Sighting of the cackling robed one, as the sylphs called them. Yeah. We depart shortly. All right. We'll begin our search for ceruleum in Regio Urbanissima. The first location of is Forum Soleus, a park to the northwest of the station. You are to remain close at all times and act only as ordered. Follow me. All right. Out we go. Bwah, 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 bwah. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-ba-da-ba. Oh, wow. Nice and, foreboding. Nice and spooky. Yes, it was strange. He kept rambling about how his mother turned his step. Hang on, guys, before I speak to you. This is the park. Surprised they found space for one amongst all these buildings. Actually, the recreational areas came first. The houses were later built around them. A healthy society requires communal spaces for children to play and adults to socialize. This park was named after the founding father of the Empire, the great Jullus Scalvus. Did we come to extract cerulean from the wrecked Magitech armor? No, we've already drained it dry. Same goes for the rest of the machina in the vicinity. But as the ceruleum has been stolen, we must scour the city for every last drop. And while I don't expect to find anything here, I've decided to try one more time in case something has been overlooked. I see. Then with your permission, we will commence the search. Imagine if that happened to Sephiroth. I'm gonna try not to. Just the mental image of Sephiroth just having a fucking meltdown while speaking to Cloud. And then she told me I was gonna rule the planet. She did. She did. The contraption is built in the style of Imperial War Machina, armed with a battery of weapons and capable of transforming into different configurations, but on closer inspection it appears to be no more than a children's Wait, the contraption is built in the style of an Imperial War Machina, armed with a battery of weapons and capable of transforming into different configurations, but on closer inspection it appears to be no more than a children's slide. Is everything all right in my? Is everything all right in there? I come back since on break and I see Vel talking about ruling the planet on a slide. Is everything all right in my bunny's head? The warrior of light has a vivid imagination. A cursory inspection of the wrecked Magitech armor confirms that the fuel canisters have long since been drained of the ceruleum, as Julia said. This place reminds me a lot of that one area in Sector 6. Yeah, the playground area in Sector 6, right? The Banui needs a factory reset landing for him now. Shop counter. Wait, shop count? Guys, is it just me or is this shop counter like shockingly low? It's very small. Though it's rather small by Garlemald standards, the structure is reminiscent of a merchant stall. Perhaps it was built for children to play at shopkeeper. There's nothing inside resembling Magitech or any other devices that would be filled by ceruleum. Oh, well I guess that answers that question. Would something be up here? No, something would not be up here. Also, isn't it the perfect size for you, little bunny man? What? Shush. It's on the other platform. Oh, I see it. Map of Forum Soleus. Several points of interest are marked on the map of the Forum Soleus. The pond, children's play areas. To your knowledge, however, none would require the use of ceruleum. I never did. I never did. Oh, getting sad. Oh, it's you. Any luck? There's no sign of any ceruleum. Hardly surprising, but disappointing nonetheless. I couldn't help notice you gazing at the pond. Is something the matter? What? Yes. I mean, no, It's just I used to bring my brother and sister here to play. The pond was heated to stop it from freezing over, so like the other children, they just had to wade in and splash about. Would have stayed there if I didn't drag them out. We'd be sopping wet when it was all was said and done, every time. And every time when we get home, Mother would scold us, saying we'd catch our death walking around like that. The pond was heated. With a cerulean-powered heater by chance. I suppose it must have been. Come to think of it, I remember seeing engineers changing out a tank beneath the hatch. But that was a long time ago, when the water still flowed clear and wasn't this brackish muck. By the way, they make it sound like it was a while ago, but this destruction happened like last week. So, yeah, it's a little weird, right? I've noticed this ever since we got back to the source at the start of patch 5.4. They skip an undescribed amount of time and then just kind of, I don't know, they like imply that a long time has passed, and time is a bit amorphous, but I think it kind of works against the game. Because with A Realm Reborn, Heavensward, and more or less Stormblood, we kind of had a vague idea of how long events were taking, and we definitely knew that travel especially took a distinct amount of time. But it almost feels like after Shadowbringers, they definitely seem to focus a little bit more on like the here and the now storytelling. But they just choose to say, oh no, an amorphous amount of time passed since the fall of Garlemald. So like they're talking about it like, oh, a long time ago, I used to take my siblings here. It's like, bro, wasn't that like a week ago? Like, what are you talking about? Time feels different to people with PTSD. I mean, I suppose so. It's just that narratively, it also has felt a little... Narratively, it feels a little squished. It feels like things are moving on a little bit too quickly. The machinery most likely broken, the amount of filthy, and then probably the reason it hasn't frozen over. I'd wager it's still unbearably cold though. Julius, what are your thoughts on magic? The average Garlean would jump out of their skin if they saw it, but the first has few foreign signiferi as Medici, so it doesn't scare me. Then I take it you won't mind if I employ a little now. Alphinaud, as you have a knack for finding dry wood, why don't you bring me some? Once that's done, a blast of verifier should do the trick. Leave it to me. You're not planning to go in there, are you? Of course I am. The tank isn't going to fetch itself. It's nothing so involved as extracting unprocessed ruin from a frozen lake, like how all the tappers do it. We're talking about a shallow pond in a park, and we have a way of warming ourselves up after. But that's insane! Wait, what? Wait, what? Step aside while I drink the pond dry. That way we'll find it in no time. I'ma drink so much of this gunky water. That may be the stupidest thing I've heard in a while, and that's saying something considering who my brother is. I can't fault your enthusiasm though. Let's do it my way first. If that doesn't work, perhaps then you can try your method with Alphinaud's help. Oh, hell nah. Alizé casted Verify without the proc and reignited the War of the Magic. Oh, man. You delve into the murky water but come up empty-handed. To add injury to insult, the icy wind upon your damp clothing chills you to the bone. Oh, that's the worst feeling, too. That's the worst feeling. Cold clothes on cold, damp, like wet clothes in an already icy kind of like cold environment. Ugh, no. Like, don't get me wrong, I love the cold, but water and like cold temperatures do not mix. Wait a second. Phil's wearing socks in the water. I think it might be a handle. That whole feeling is just no, it's bad. Honestly, you know what it is? It's like going out on a snowy day while it's snowing. Oh, I found it. Oh. Ooh, cold. As you become acutely aware of the freezing cold and rancid odor emanating from every elm of your body. Phil come find to pinch his nose shut when you deliver him your prize. It's like, hey Vel, you still want to drink that water? Yes. Oh. Wait a minute. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Guys? We may have run into an issue. Uh-oh. Okay. So it looks like I will have to level my other classes off stream. Because seemingly still want to work Victoria? No. I have a backup plan. It looks though that I will only be able to level one of my classes off stream. And the others, sorry, it looks like I will only be able to level one of my classes while doing MSQ, because I think the way that the leveling system works with how much they give you is they only give you enough MSQ XP points for one class, meaning that you can't spread them across multiple things without needing to stop at some point. So that being said, it's a good thing I have a backup plan. Good to go there. Did you find anything? I hope you did. Oh shit, are we dropping frames? There's some access, but only enough to guarantee one class is leveling at the correct pace. Oh, did my PNGTuber die again? Damn. Alright, just a second. This is the qualms of running a PNGTuber that is very expressive. I say very expressive, but it's like my computer would probably fry itself if I ever tried like a 3D model PNG, like a 3D model VTuber, or like a proper 2D like V-rig type deal. Hold on. All right, well, you know what we can do actually, since I'll be playing Dark Knight for a little bit. We can just waiting for this to boot up. And 1 second. Load avatar. All right, there we go. We're back. I'm not wearing the correct glamour, but it's okay. The irony that Garlemald is a wasteland with the Legion of Doom in the middle, and I find it more appealing than El Amigo. Yeah. Call me an old Don because by fire I am reborn, and my clothes are mostly dry now too. I appreciate you recovering the ceruleum, but I wish you'd taken the time to discuss the plan with me beforehand. Despite the way you've been treated in Lord Quintus's eyes, you're still envoys deserving of protection. If you were to die on my watch, he would be most displeased. Your concern is duly noted, but all's well that ends well. Julius, you mentioned coming here with your younger siblings. Did you grow up in Garlemald? I did, not far from here. My father was an accomplished researcher in his youth, and for his contributions to the Empire awarded an estate. We lived well, better than many. What was Garlemald like in those days? I made such a terrible mistake delving into the water, I had to switch jobs. My paladin armor's all ruined. Even during the coldest winters, we always found warmth and comfort at home. Coming in from the snow, taking off your coat and sitting down for a hot meal with family. Visiting friends and relatives, receiving that same welcome, knowing that they had everything they needed. Walking down the street, seeing the lights in all the houses, hearing the faint sounds of laughter and song of happiness. Sounds of laughter and song of happiness. My fine plate is stinky. And although the summers came and went all too quickly, in that brief respite, the ice would melt and the forgotten grass make its triumphant return. Gray clouds gave way to the blue skies. Some mornings we'd climb to the top of the tallest building we could find to watch the sunrise. Never again. Those rooftops are rubble. Those friends dead. And those memories. But if I could reclaim even a fraction of what we once had. Soon our chance will come. We just need to hold on a little longer. Yeah, no, this is, This is definitely different to that of what we experienced in the first, in Norvrant, as well as what we experienced in, in Alamigo and in Doma. Very different. Right, now that you've recovered from your escapades in the pond, there's another location I'd like to search, just outside the park. Alright, what are we searching for? As you can see, this place is littered with the remnants of various types of war machina. While my comrades and I have already recovered the tanks from the less damaged units, those that took a more severe beating are harder to scavenge. We decided to save those for another time, that time being now. Rather than pry them apart piece by piece, it would be quicker to remove the outer casting using compact explosives. With luck, we'll gain access to these tanks without rupturing them. Though the force generated by these devices is relatively weak, I would advise you to stand well clear to avoid being hit by any shrapnel. Before even bothering, though, you should check the machina's ceruleum gauge to see if there's any left. It should still prove an accurate reading even when the unit itself is inactive. If the gauge is broken, I'll let you decide whether to use an explosive or not. Should you need more, come to me. Alright. Take a sip of my drink. Alright. Let's rig some explosives. Oh, excuse me. The ceruleum gauge on this unit appears to have been broken, giving you no way to determine how much fuel its tank may hold. Oh, it's not. Appears to have been broken, giving you no way to... Oh. I'm hoping they're not all broken. Okay. So... empty, broken, broken. And are there any other ones I can check? Doesn't seem like it. Check back here. Oh! Empty. Broken. I only have 2 explosives on me, correct? There's 3 over here, 3 back there. Broken. Alright then, so... let's blow this one up. Completely empty. That's great. Completely empty. This one's empty, so let's not use it on that one. And there are 2 more back here, I believe. I didn't mean to eat food, but... no, this one's empty. still half full or half empty, depending on one's perspective. Either way, Jullus will surely be pleased by your discovery. Hell yeah! All is not in vain. It's a half-empty cerulean tank, or half full. With this, we should be able to refuel quite a few of our heaters. It's time we headed back. Wait here while I go and see how Alizé and Alphinaud are faring. Wait. Want me to wait here? Alright, I guess I'll wait here. Half full of cerulean and half full of air.
Finally escaped the watchful gaze of your keepers, have we?
What the?
Don't react. You'll only draw attention to yourself. Just carry on as you are and listen.
Okay.
After you left with the Garlean lad, Lucia bade a few of us scouts follow you at a discreet distance.
Hi, Ghost
We
Thancred.
observed you being led into the station, but decided against venturing inside. When you emerged sometime later, and we saw that the twins were sporting Magitech collars, it was clear what had taken place. Now, as quietly as you can, tell me everything. The Legatus himself, eh? Now there's a surprise.
I love Thancred's whispering voice.
This is also the first I've heard of a plan to join forces with the 10th and storm the Tower of Babel. An interesting development, and perhaps the opportunity we've been waiting for. Our comrades back at the camp also received some rather promising news, but it's still too early to get our hopes up. For now, keeping yourselves out of harm's way comes before all else. Whatever demands the Garleans make, indulge them. With luck, this will all be over soon. Until then.
They had not gone far.
We searched high and low, but no luck, I'm afraid. I might have guessed you'd be the only one to find anything.
Hee hee.
I wasn't expecting much to begin with. Eventually, there will be nothing left out here for us to safely salvage. For now, this will have to suffice. We should return to the station.
Ah, there you are. Heard you'd gone hunting for ceruleum above ground. Brought back a king's ransom?
Mayhap?
Hardly. But thanks to these three, we have enough to last a little while longer.
Well, well. It's not at all as I was expecting, these ones. For savages, they seem positively docile. It's a poor attempt at humor. In all honesty, I'm grateful for your efforts. But even with another night of warmth, there are those among us who may not live to see the morrow.
I trust your expedition was fruitful.
Lord Quintus!
Use what you procured to refuel the armor.
Wait,
But, sir, what about the heaters for the camp?
The time for action is upon us. My men and I have matters to discuss. In the meantime, you are to wait here. Do not forget, you are being watched.
The armor and not the heaters?
The time for action. What did he mean by that?
I can only speculate. Clearly something requiring their magitech, given what we just heard. Whether they plan to utilize it now, or after they join with the 10th is another question. Will they ever escape this cult? Return to and reclaim the idyllic spaces of which Jullus spoke?
Finished your war, Council?
Oh. Something went wrong.
Alphinaud and Alizé are to stay here as our prisoners. They will be released once your comrades have relinquished their supplies and withdrawn from Garlean soil.
The hell?
Until our terms are met, they will be detained at a separate location.
After everything we've said and done, this is how you treat us.
Our allies have but limited supplies. They may stave off cold and starvation for a short while, but what then?
Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do it.
For now, keeping yourselves out of harm's way comes before all else. Whatever demands the Garleans make, indulge them.
Everything will be alright for now.
Get them out of here.
Oh shit. They do not resist. You will accompany me back to our camp, where we will meet with your leader and present Lord Quintus' demands. Before we depart, however, there is something I would ask of you. Assuming your contingent complies, the supplies they surrender will need to be transported here. Task falls to Legionnaires Marcellinus and Octavia, who will pilot Magitech armor to your headquarters. You are to inform them that we are leaving shortly. Tell them to ask the ill for further details in those words. Once you've seen to that, meet me by the exit. Also, fucking hell, my PNGTuber keeps stopping. 1 second. I don't know what's going on. Just a second, guys. Sorry for the constant interruptions on the stream today. I legit don't know what's causing it. I don't have any access tabs open or anything, so I'm not super certain as to what might be causing this. Usually this only happens if like my PC's being like overrun with like a bunch of stuff. Here, let me try doing this. See if that fixes it. Close that. Oh wait, that might be why. Yeah, that might be why. Okay, I think I might have figured out now. Yeah, before Wednesday, I'll definitely see about leveling on Dragoon and Paladin so I can get them both up to level 84. And that way we can proceed with the rest of the story as Paladin, and then obviously I can do Dragoon stuff off stream. 1 second. In the meantime, enjoy lo-fi beats to be subjected to. There we go. Alright, hopefully it doesn't go AWOL this time. Alright, let's talk to Marcellinus. You again. Ask the ill, he said. So that's to be the way of it after all this. Ironic that you should be the one to deliver the news. If those are my orders, then so be it. For the glory, Garlemald. Oh, the title of this quest, Alea Yactest, translates to the die is cast. Oh. Ask the ill. So Lord Quintus has reached a decision. I know he would understand, that he would recognize the savage is a ruthless, merciless creature, and to defeat him we too must be uncompromising. I'm ready. In the name of the Emperor Voice, for the glory of God, I will fulfill my duty. We're about to see some self-sacrifice bullshit, aren't we? Just call me crazy. I have a crazy feeling that the two people that we just spoke to were introduced to us as people that know of our reputation, were there, one of them at least, were there during one of our rampages, and there's going to be some self-sacrifice bullshit going on. Oh, I'm not looking forward to this. Have you done as instructed? Their duties involve more than the transportation of supplies, don't they? Duty is rarely a simple thing. We have been given additional orders, though. Whether we will be required to follow them depends entirely on your contingent. You and I are in this together now. Like it or not, we have to cooperate. There is one other matter. A place I'd like to visit on the way to your camp. It's a short walk from here. Follow me. Yum. Food. No, I didn't mean to... The die is cast Julius Caesar as he led his army across the Rubicon. Damn, it sucks that I'm not super familiar with ancient history like that, because I would probably know what that leads to. Gotcha.
This is my home. Our home. At least it was until that night. I was with Lord Quintus when the capital fell, and thus spared. My family, who did not own a radio, were less fortunate. When dawn came, I made my way here. My parents, my little brother and sister, they were still inside. But they weren't themselves, and they tried to. And I had to. I'd promised to take them away from the capital that very morning, to somewhere safe, to hide until the fighting stopped. I promised. The Garlean flag bears a chain, the bonds between our countrymen. A red link at its center, the blood of the fallen. Our loved ones who lived and died for Garlemald. But if she too fell, who would be left to remember them and their sacrifice? What enduring proof would there be that they were ever here? If we had turned to your gods, would they have saved us? I'm sorry, forget I spoke. We should go.
Also, yeah, this character's name is Julius. The whole thing with Julius crossing the Rubicon. Yeah. I see what they're doing here.
It's no use. Believe me, I do not enjoy being here any more than you. But he wanted us to play along, so that is what we will do. So cold. Painfully so. Unbearably.
Oh.
I've been thinking about what Quintus said. About why no one would accept Garlean rule. Irreconcilable differences. When coexistence isn't an option, only conquest remains. Varys at Gimlet said much the same. Only by uniting the world beneath a single standard would we rid ourselves of the Ascians. United as one people, one race cleansed of imperfections. A cold and unforgiving vision. And when we fail to live up to their standards, what place is there for us in their world? But the truly sad, truly frustrating thing is how damnably similar it all is to the lofty ideals of Father and the Forum. Non-intervention. Always non-intervention. Protect our knowledge and our people, and to hells with the rest of you. And yet, I can see how it happened. Varys and Father looked to their elders for guidance and took their virtues as their own. But for this world was of their making. In who else could they place their trust? All of us lost in a sea of chaos, searching desperately for purpose and meaning. But it shouldn't just be an extension of another's. It has to be ours. It has to be. We all have a stake in this world. No one should be silenced.
I won't deny that we lack the experience of people such as Father or Quintus. Perhaps they've come to see the world as a series of problems, and the most efficient way of solving them, to reduce everything to fundamental forms. A stone is a stone, a cloud, a flower, no more than that. Simple descriptions that strip the subject of distinguishing characteristics. A man is a man, divided according to race, creed, or allegiance, and to some, defined by such associations.
Is that what you think?
In my misbegotten youth. But what I believed wisdom was no more than aggressive ignorance.
Yeah. It's come a long way since then.
I've since learned to look beyond the banners and the politics. To see people as individuals with their own hopes and dreams. As for my dream of building a better world, well, every day I'm reminded that it is far more complex than I had ever imagined. But it only spurs me onward, to find the wisdom and the strength to see it through to the very end.
All of our supplies and an immediate withdrawal. These are your conditions?
Demands. And you forgot about the airship. Once again, you will leave one behind. It will be used to return the prisoners. Their collars will be removed prior to the exchange.
So in the end, not even Father's expertly worded rhetoric could deter you from your chosen course.
Huh?
Not that I thought for a moment that it would. I've no love for violence, of course, but ours is a cause worth fighting for. I just wish he'd realize it too. Sometimes the only way to protect the ones you love is to take a stand, to refuse to suffer in silence. I want you to know I share your conviction. Whether it be on the battlefield or in the debating chamber, I won't back down. I guess what I'm saying is...
You've found your own reason to fight.
Yes. Yes, I have. God's willing, there will come a day when we can finally lay down our arms, and there will be peace.
I'm so glad I played Coils.
But not until the Telophoroi have been defeated once and for all.
I'm so glad I did Coils.
And you, brother, will have a vital part to play. By your words and deeds, you'll lead the way.
I pray I am up to the task.
There'll always be naysayers. Those who think us fools for even trying. It's easy for learned elites to criticize earnest efforts and assert their moral superiority, all without offering alternatives. Not that their sophistry has ever wounded you. So stubborn and strong. Stronger than you even know. Don't ever change, you hear me? If you stumble, I'll be there to catch you. Or give you a thick ear. Maybe both. for good measure.
Thank you, Alice.
Oh. Hi, Estinian?
The scouts have secured Alice and Alphinaud. Their collars were removed without complication as well.
Oh, well then.
They report no casualties. Not for their party, nor the guards, who will wake from their premature slumber in due course.
It would appear the situation has changed. I propose new terms. We have information that will be of great interest to Lord Quintus, and I wish to speak with him in person.
No. In the event you rejected our first proposal, we came prepared with a second.
No. Oh shit.
Ambush!
More are coming! Make ready!
We, the loyal soldiers of the First Legion, proud servants of Garlemald, of the fallen Emperor Varys, shall safeguard these lands from the barbarian hordes until our countrymen return! Stop, both of you!
This child may be the worst emissary I've ever seen.
We received an urgent communication from the Grand Company of Eorzea. Envoys from the Imperial Army, led by members of the 10th Legion, came to Alamigo and requested an audience. They explained that their efforts to coordinate the reclamation of the capital with the aid of the 4th, 5th, 8th, and 12th had ended in failure. Communication between most legions has broken down entirely. Most of the 10th's conscripts have deserted, leaving their forces severely depleted.
Oh, damn.
That is why, unable to continue the fight on their own, they and their allies turned to the Grand Company of Eorzea for aid.
Lies! Every word!
It is the truth, and I have not finished. The 10th has requested that we deliver a message to Lord Quintus.
And what would the message be?
Have the ill stand down.
You have been listening, my lord? What are your orders?
Inform her that we will honor the 10th's decision. Bereft of hope, and now dignity.
This is definitely a...
I release you from your duty. All of you. I take solace, your radiance, in the knowledge you are not here to witness our debasement. 'Twas a grand, glorious dream we shared.
Garlemald is done.
Of a world united, a of peace and prosperity. We are ghosts, you and I, memories of days gone by. Bonds forged in blood that I will not see tarnished.
Is he? Oh my God.
Quickly! We have to reach the station before it's too late.
If there is still a chance that Quintus will agree to a truce, we must take it.
I just hope we get there before he and his men do something rash.
Oh. Jeez. And I mean, I guess that's it, right? The other Garlean contingents have basically given up and relinquished themselves to the Eorzean Alliance. Garlemald as a country is done. At least old Garlemald. First Legion and the Division of Forces. A reckless short-sighted plan that risks the life. We cannot compel them to accept our aid. If we were to arrive in the force with the intent to do so. Go with Jullus back to the station and have him lead the refugees here. Some may be unwilling and unable to leave, but for the time being, I'll take what we can get. Alphinaud and scouts. Understood. Garlemald. That's fucking tragic. Like, God, to see a nation just crumble like that right at the very tail end of it. And the part that sucks too is it almost seemed like they were really holding out for hope. But to them, their hope just never came. I say we quickly get this Aether Current quest line done. A real open shut up. The hope was still the 10th Legion and the other legions still out there among Eorzea. The hope was the 10th Legion and the other legion. Yeah, but they essentially said, no, we're done. We've lost way too many people. We need help. And to Quintus, that was essentially a, oh, we're done. We're done. Yeah. I have to agree with saying such thing. I want someone else present during our talk. Very well, though I do believe my proffered deal would be a boon to us and the Ulcerboard contingent alike. I used to work for Jatuna Platform G, you see, I know more than most about the facility and its operation. That may be so, but your relationship to the facility notwithstanding, why should a Garlean such as yourself still be taking refuge in Tapper's Den? We've been led to believe that the former workers residing there were from other territories. Just kind of blitzing through this dialogue. If we manage to get the platform back in working order, it'll dramatically increase our capacity to pump and refine ceruleum for everyone in the region. Sadly, we're more than a few hands short for a full workforce, not to mention the lack of supplies, which is precisely where you come in. Help us get things up and running again, and you'll have your share in the ceruleum coming out of the rig. You couldn't come up with a more mutually beneficial arrangement if you tried. So he says, what do you think? I'm a little uneasy about this. Yeah, I'd be feeling ultimately what he says about the potential benefits is true. Nevertheless, I doubt the higher ups will dissent to this. I suppose this is how it goes when you're dealing with military types. For what it's worth, I do understand the hesitancy to throw your lot with someone from a hostile nation. Thus, part 2 of my proposal. I shall do you a service to prove myself worthy of the contingent's trust. I had a look around the fringes of your camp here before you arrived, and I've spotted a few ceruleum engines in need of repair. If I fix them up, your superiors would have no reason to suspect that I want to see you driven out. Let's reason in that, in any case. I did some of the Aether Current quest as a palate cleanser in a couple of zones in Endwalker. Yeah, honestly, just so it's not all grimdark or doom and gloom with fucking suicide cutscenes, best for a palate cleanser here. Alright, so this dude's accompanying us, and we have to go inspect. I want to switch to Dragoon Paladin to get some EXP. Good point. I'll switch to what currently needs more EXP. Dragoon is almost there. Paladin, not so much. I'll level a bit of Paladin, that way 1 or 2 runs of my current level dungeons should suffice. Wait, what are we looking for? Inspect the ceruleum engines. Ceruleum engines. Oh, over there. Alright, that's one. Where would another one be? Ah, over there. There we go. And the last one would be likely let's try over here. Well, I'm not able to walk there. Never mind. Let's see. This whole portion had me fuming because of how stupid the Garleans were, that when he decided to show us his Abraham Lincoln impression, I was like, really? I don't know. I mean, pride in one's own country, right? Like, devotion no matter what. Like, I understand where they were coming from. Admittedly, I do think they were being a bit thick-headed with it all, but I understand. They were holding out for hope that, you know, they wouldn't need to break tradition and rely on others. So unfortunately, that's just what it ended up being. They wanted to hold on to that hope that they could, you know, weather this out like they have before, but no. Irony of showing the proper visions really mentions. You saw the little lamp light up when you touched the switch, correct? That only limits when there's an issue with the engine. They were switched off for want of fuel for when someone was abandoned, no doubt. When prevented burning out, only to let them freeze solid instead air you turn them on. From the state they're in, I can only assume they didn't occur to you to warm them up first. I noticed you having a heating technology of your own, but it will do you no good should the engines to power them break. Now will it? You have nothing to lose and everything to gain from my assistance. They literally did the equivalent of, I'd rather kill you and die in these woods alone and cold than accept any help from you. I mean, again, they're just fervently self-dependent, and they have been for so long. It was what that conversation with Alizé and Alphinaud was all about. They thought that they could fix the problem all on themselves, and that, as they said, conquest was the only way when coexistence wasn't an option. To them, getting help would have essentially been no worse than dying. Like, I can understand why on the onset it can be a little like, on the onset I can understand why it's very kind of LMAO, just accept their help. But at the same time, it's one of those things where I think it's a little more complicated than you're making it out to be. We literally were trying to give them ceruleum and they were like, "Nuh-uh, you're gonna work for us being salvage slaves." No. Less that, more, you're going to enslave us. This is all a ruse. We don't trust you. It's a war. Not to mention, Roman, who are we? We literally have been rampaging through, killing loads of their friends, loads of their loved ones, loads of their comrades, brothers, sisters, families. People that they know and love. We've literally been just doing that this entire game, and now we're asking them to trust us. But yeah, it's a warning on how propaganda can poison minds, always calling Eorzeans savages and the like. Yes, very much that as well. You're not meant to fully see their POV, but you're meant to understand where they're coming from, kind of thing, right? Like, you're not supposed to fully sympathize with them, but you can understand what led them to this. I guess, but it still infuriated me. No, I understand. So far, this has probably been my favorite section of the game, though. Just this small bit, because you really do see what these are the people that we've been fighting this whole time are like. This is what they believe. This is what they will solemnly die for. If it comes to it, you know, in the whole game, the whole expansion, I suppose, the whole expansion so far, not the whole game, the patch 5.3 is probably still my favorite content in the whole game. Almost the entirety of patch 5.3 is fucking amazing. Not to mention, again, just the whole thing with like Hades and stuff like that and Shadowbringers was really good. But this is definitely, this whole Garlean sequence is very good. The sequence isn't supposed to sit well with the player, it's supposed to be disturbing. And it is. It is, because it makes you, as a player, it makes you wonder, is there anything we could have done to prevent this? But you come too soon to the conclusion of no. They were always going to be this way. Things were always going to turn out like this. As unfortunate as it is, this is just what, you know, what propaganda does, as someone in chat said before. This is what propaganda does. A Rome Reborn, bits of evidence for Stormblood, the weapon trials and Shadowbringers, the Garlean Empire was our primary foe. And now to see them just reduced to this, and kind of just on the verge of crumbling, and we get to see the last remnants kind of stick out till the very end and kind of just try to survive, only to be told, yeah, it's not happening. Any help that we had is gone. He took his own life. After the news about the 10th, he relieved us of our duties. Then, when he was alone, he... We weren't trying to convince them to stop fighting the war. We were trying to convince them that the war is already over. Yeah. Honestly, you know what it reminds me of? A bit of an extreme case, but I believe there was a Japanese soldier after World War II that had survived all of that, who years after the war was over, was so convinced that the war was still going on that he kind of went on a rampage. It's something similar to that, where you've done this for so long, it's all you know how to do, that returning to normalcy just isn't an option, either for mental reasons or just being unable to accept the truth. In fact, actually, I say Japanese, I'm almost certain that that's happened to a few Vietnam vets. Free to choose our own fate. Without him to guide us where... Yeah, and now we come to the aftermath of this. They had to get his former commanding officer to help him stand down. Yeah, I think so. I have just this moment spoken with Lucia. We are ready to commence to transfer the refugees here to Camp Broken Glass, should they be willing to accept our aid. Some would rather die, but most of us just want to live. Songs and standards be damned, we just want to live. We'll need to speak with the refugees. They'll have to decide for themselves if they wish to come with us. If any would prefer to stay, we can have supplies brought over for them. It'll be a hard journey for the others, but we'll see they reach our camp safely. This, you want me to be honest? Well, hold on, Okay, I was gonna say, you want me to be honest? This almost seems like post-game content. Jullus is blue-screened. Yeah, I don't blame him. He was basically ready to kill himself, charging himself and his friends at us until he was told to stand down. He was all but ready to give his life for the cause, and now to be told, oh, by the way, it's over. It's over. You know... But no, I was gonna say, this almost seems like post-game content. With how we're dealing with the aftermath of something so... brutal. Wait, is his body still there? Oh, it's not. It was only ever a dream, wasn't it? I think we could reclaim it, build it ourselves. Before this all began, I sent my wife and daughter away to the provinces. If there's a chance I might see them again, I'll take it. So take me with you, please. And so we've got one taker. What about you, Queso? Well, got the Aetherite sorted in the end. All it took was a few adjustments, and now it works as well as it ever did. From what I can tell, the one in Laterum is also functioning as normal. That's where you lot are staying, isn't it? Now that most of us are packing up and leaving this place, I reckon there'll be no more use for me and my skills over at your camp. Hi, Orianja. To employ healing magics now would likely invite catastrophe, as thou canst the test from thy experiences at Victor's spoils. Indeed, the Garleans view our ability to manipulate Aether with the same suspicion that many Eorzeans do Magitech. Wait, seriously? Eorzeans view Magitech as, like, weird. I mean, I guess you would view it with the same kind of suspicion. I guess that's what makes people like Cid so unique, huh? Cid and the Garland Ironworks, I mean, not just Cid. Ah, it's you, the one who treated me with such kindness. I heard from the others that you are not from around here. I thought you were one of us. Not that it makes much difference now. Purebloods, migrants, savages. After a while, the words start to lose meaning, until all you're left with is anger and fear and hate, and I'm too tired. If you and yours have come to offer aid, I'd be glad to accept. Something... yeah. Also, something to note, I do find it kind of funny that castaway standards, castaway, you know, like you said, words and like disparaging comments and stuff like that. Everyone was so reluctant to even accept us earlier when we first got here, but now it's like, look, I don't care. Just help us, please. It's very, this is definitely a very eye-opening part of the game, I'll say so. I'll say that. We have much to discuss. Our rescue, the attack on Camp Broken Glass, what we'd hoped to talk about with Quintus. But all that can wait. More urgent matters demand our attention. Are any other refugees willing to come to our camp? Yes. Thank the 12. Thank the 12. You and I should go first and secure the route back to Camp Broken Glass. With all the creatures and temperate skulking about, I expect we'll have our hands full. This should come in handy. Conqueror's Chain. Courtesy of our Lamensin friends. I'd save it for the tempered, though. I'll mark a few points that need surveying on your map. Once you've taken care of the riffraff, we'll meet back at our camp. Alfie's pretty shaken up. Yeah, I imagine he is, largely because him and Alize just got done talking about how Quintus is very similar to their father. Very stuck in their ways. But with no one else to look up to for guidance. I can't imagine that the thought of, dear fucking God, I hope our father or the forum as a collective doesn't do something similar to this when we not when we expose them, but when we find out what's really going on back at the forum. I imagine that a decent chunk of it, I imagine, is part and parcel that, you know, everything that's transpired here. But I also, yeah, they hope that they will be able to be talked down. I seriously hope so. No, well, I've accepted that quest, but I'll do it off stream. Yeah, I'll have plenty to do off stream now. Yeah, this is all very, very fucking tragic. Children are our future. Okay, so that's that. Let's go behind us. Yeah, no, not for nothing though. This section of the game has been very heavy. Very, very heavy. A lot of very depressing subject matters, a lot of very generally depressing kind of like things happening in this general area. None of it's fun. None of it's fun, but I'm enjoying it. Alright, bitch. But I'm very much enjoying this section of the game. I find it so interesting to kind of be in this position. Do you mind? Alright, there we go. Sorry, I saw that one light move you did. Chain. Yeah, no, I figured the chain. Trip me out the first time. Oh dear. There we go. Ba 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 ba. Also, I'll just stick with the Dark Knight glam for the time being. I'm playing Paladin technically, but it's all right. It would, as much as I would like it, if I could seamlessly switch from PNGTuber to PNGTuber. If I were to do so, it would look very disorienting. Just because the way this program works that I'm using for PNGTubers, the model kind of explodes. Banoi chicken right behind me. Hold on, over here. You'll have to swap back to dark soon anyway. Yeah, I will. Oh, nothing here. Oh, right. I'm outside of a thing, so it doesn't apply my glamour plate correctly. Because I'm wearing a different gear now. So it's like, oh, you don't have your glam stuff applied correctly. Because I finally learned how to link glamours to a class. Whee! Go. What program am I using? I'm using PNGTuber Plus. It can be a little. Whoa! My voice didn't mean to peak there for a minute. It can be a little bit daunting, a little bit kind of messy at times, and the biggest thing is I wish it had a little more a little more control over like folder usage and stuff like that, but it's worked pretty well for me. Ah, there you are. As expected, I ran into a few beasts who went down without much of a fight. The tempered proved somewhat troublesome, but those chains should keep them under control until our allies take them into custody. With that taken care of, I'm to gather a few supplies and then return to the station. While I see to that, would you mind appraising Lucia of our progress? As it happens, I have some rather pertinent information from our recent scouting forays, but I'll save that for later. First things first and all that. Esteem's like, fine. Alright, I've entered a sanctuary, which means... There we go. Ah, Vel, I was informed of Quintus' suicide. It must have come as a great shock to his men. What are the refugees? I am told some were receptive to a proposal, but I would hear your first-hand account. That so many did not hesitate to accept proves how desperate their situation has become. We'll do our best to make them feel welcome. The troops who participated in the ambush are no exception. They will be afforded the same treatment as any other refugees. Perfidy notwithstanding, after all, even if I wanted to make an example of them, there's no one left to learn from it. We will tell our allies that these soldiers were acting under the direct orders of the legatus, and that following his suicide, they offered a full and unconditional surrender. Perhaps Quintus thought that had he lived, he would be tried as a war criminal, and his men punished with him. Perhaps by taking his own life, he hoped to absolve them of any culpability. Or perhaps, like too many others, he was a true believer to the end. That second one definitely seems a lot more plausible. Who can say? I didn't know the man or his heart. His reasons, noble or otherwise, died with him, and it falls to us to clean up the mess. I assume you're curious about what matters have progressed here in your absence. Quite well, as it seems. Now that we've procured cerulean from the Tapper's Den, the recently repaired heaters can provide much-needed warmth. Furthermore, we've prepared sufficient food for everyone. Those from Tertium shall find a hot meal waiting for them upon their arrival. There's one for you, so go ahead and get some well-earned rest. I believe that we're capable of wielding a ladle or two without your assistance. On your way, might I ask you to seek out Stola? She was but recently attending to the wounded, but she's meant to be taking a rest herself. See that she is. Oh boy. Y'all are talking about, oh boy, it's this quest. And I'm over here starting to panic a little bit because I'm like, uh-oh. Uh-oh. Gonna go ahead and accept some of these blue quests. I just see in chat just a very creepy smile, just, don't worry, Vel, everything will be okay. There's Stola. Yes, I've been taking proper breaks and imbibing sufficient water, but what of the Warrior of Light? You and the twins have an established history of reckless disregard for your own well-being. Well, we're all fortunate that none of you landed yourselves in my care. I've already quite enough to deal with between the tempered and the first wounded. Alas, though I can mend their bodies, the toll their experiences have taken on their hearts and minds is another matter altogether. For their sakes, we mustn't waver, but nor must we rush ahead in the eagerness to see the day won, and in so doing invite disaster. Upon settling down for supper, several cutscenes will play in sequence. It is recommended that you set aside sufficient time to view these scenes in their entirety. If you were planning on stopping anytime soon, this might be a good spot. Before or after the cutscenes? Because admittedly, I was only planning on going for like 3 hours and 30 minutes today. We've already been going for 3 hours and 30 minutes, it looks like. Either before, you wouldn't want to leave it on a cliffhanger? I'll tell you what. Can I start a quick poll? I'm not sure if I can. Hang on, I gotta boot up YouTube. 1 second. We're gonna do this, damn it. View channel. Currently live. I gotta wait for chat. Oh, there it is. Engage with my audience. Start a poll. End stream before big cutscene. And stream after. Let's see. All right, start the vote. You start this quest, you're going at for at least another 30 minutes, potentially an hour. That's fine by me. Alright, what are we looking at right now? I recommend that you beat the dungeon. Hang on. Alright, so we're looking at 57% after, 43%. Oh, we're seeing, it's leaning more towards after. Eight votes out of how many people currently watching? Out of 10 people watching. I'm gonna assume. Hold on. I feel the part right after the dungeon would be the perfect stopping point. Alright, well, assuming that's all the votes we're gonna get, I'm gonna go ahead and end the poll with end stream after big cutscene. We'll see how things progress after that. I don't know if I'll be able to squeeze in the dungeon for today, but we'll see. But anyways, without further ado, let's go ahead and get this dungeon done. Sorry, get this dungeon. Get this let's eat. Moon. Hi, Graha.
Is that all of them?
The last of those who agreed to join us, yes.
We left heaters and provisions for those who wish to stay behind. They won't last forever, but hopefully they'll last long enough.
For now, I think everyone's earned a rest. We'll see to those in need of medical attention, so take the others with you and get yourselves some hot soup.
Soup! Give me some sopa de caracol, please. Super Spectimus.
Warmth. At last.
Marvelous, isn't it? All thanks to the resourceful machinists of Ishgard, I might add. On their behalf, I bid you warm yourself to your heart's content.
Heck yeah, machinist bros.
Hold on. Your people might have scribbled a few things on a piece of parchment, but it was our Minson Smiths that put the bloody things together.
Well, be that as it may, we single-handedly got the interior heating up and running again, didn't we?
Uh-oh.
The hells you did? We were there every step of the way.
We? You barely raised a finger to help, you ale-sodden reprobate.
I did a damn sight more than you lily-livered bilge-rat.
Take that back!
Make me.
I will not stoop to your level.
Here.
At ease, man. There's nothing funny in it. I'm from Alamigo, but was a conscript until recently. Used to eat this with the officers.
Apparently, it's adapted from a steppe recipe. This is my first time trying it, and I have to say, it's not half bad.
It's a bit too flavorful for my liking.
Perhaps compared to what you're used to.
It's the little things that make life worth living, don't you think?
Fuck me, that's a sad comment. Oh, fuck.
I know this is not a dream, and yet...
Shit came out of nowhere and hit me like a bag of bricks.
I felt the same way at the Dragon Song War's end. Every morning I would step outside and need to be reminded that it wasn't my imagination, that my world had been forever changed.
I'm good.
And just as I had grown accustomed to the idea, again you change my world in ways I never thought possible.
Look, it just kind of comes with the territory. I have a habit of doing that wherever I go.
Were it not for you and your fellow scions, the rifts between man and dragon and myriad tribes might never have been bridged. The Grand Company of Eorzea, the Ilsabard contingent. We owe it all to you. We've shed many tears in recent days, of pain and sorrow, triumph and joy. I much prefer the latter.
As do I. Sorry.
I'm honored to fight by your side. As an Eorzean and Garlean both, I shall do all in my power to bring my peoples together.
It is a remarkable achievement. Everything that I and the Populares had hoped for, and more.
Would that it had come sooner.
Indeed. Too many are not here to see it. And yet, there is a warmth in my breast, as if they still share in this moment.
Yes, I know what you mean. On a night like tonight, the wind and cold seem to pass me by.
Here's hoping nothing awful happens. Not trying to jinx it or anything, but you know. It's blue. Oh shit. Well then, it's a good thing we have that. Uh-oh. He's not shielded. Oh no.
What? Emperor Varus?
They are being tempered. The talismans! Quickly!
Save me, brave hero!
My lord has requested your presence, and I would hate to disappoint him.
The fuck are you doing here? What the?
The experiment was a success, but I fear our time is short. I shall begin the preparations.
What's happening?
Now, it is time for you to awaken.
What? What's that?
Good morrow to you. Here, have a taste before it gets cold. Oh, but be sure to remove your helmet. Take a moment, too, to familiarize yourself with that borrowed flesh.
Borrowed... what?
So, how does it feel? I, for one, find those first moments within a new body to be most refreshing. We had a Magitech engineer by the name of Aulus to thank for this method of soul extraction and implantation. I believe the two of you met briefly in Alamigo.
Right, bootleg Hojo that we instantly fucking eviscerated.
Thankfully, he was thoughtful enough to leave behind his mind-jack technology. I took the liberty of making some improvements and selecting you as my esteemed test subject.
This is... give me back my body, please?
And permit you to go on a righteous rampage instead of partaking in this delicious meal? I think not. I must say, I have gone to great lengths to reunite you with my lord. When I discovered that his friend was in this neck of the woods, I suggested inviting you over for dinner.
Okay.
He never deigned to respond, but I took his silence as a resounding yes.
The hell?
Oh my! Daddy is pleased his grumpy little boy has finally found his playmate. Exposition is in order. The Garlean Empire has long outlawed all forms of religion. No gods to worship, no risk of summoning. Brilliantly simple.
Fair.
But people being people must turn to something or someone in their hour of need. Who then?
Varus.
Why, His Radiance the Emperor, of course. As you have observed firsthand, Garlemald has seen better days. The legendary Solus Galvus, dead. Provinces near and far in open rebellion. Our bold new emperor assassinated. And that last one even sparked a civil war. What rotten luck. The people cried out for salvation. Their earnest pleas, one might even call them prayers, a supplication united for the Empire to reclaim her former glory. And so their will did manifest, channeled through the corpse of none other than Emperor Varus himself.
So Varus...
And lo,
oh my
the
god!
Savior was born, the embodiment of the Garlean spirit. Their anima. It calls to its subjects, compelling them to take up arms and fight. And just as the wealth and power gravitate towards the Empire's capital, so too does ether from every corner of the globe. The towers with which you and your allies have been so preoccupied were created as an extension of anima itself. An ingenious design.
Huh.
Would you not agree, my lord?
Does the pursuit of prey you have bested before excite you? Of course not. Absent the challenge, the thrill, your prize is a hollow victory. Butchery. Perhaps you think that to be the extent of my promise. I have no doubt fallen in your estimation since Alamigo. Fair enough. But do not let your disdain deprive us, of an opportunity to craft an even more majestic moment of euphoria. I have been honing my craft as I set the stage for our reunion.
I bet.
Wheresoever there is suffering and despair, you appear to fulfill your duty as defender of this star. The chaos and destruction that my hordes have wrought are my gifts to you alone. At a loss for words? No matter. As you will learn, I have only just begun.
Oh, will you not finish your meal?
There is only one thing that can sate my hunger, and it would seem my friend has lost his appetite.
You did it all for me. I should be flattered.
I hoped this display of civility might prove an entertaining diversion, but clearly we are above such pretensions.
You know, Xeno friend, you have a few screws loose.
While my lifeless body was in the possession of the Cassian, I too claimed another's as my own. It was an enlightening experience to fight in an unfamiliar form. Flaws and failings in my technique were plain to see. Whence rises one's true strength? The flesh? The soul? Perhaps you should like to discover the answer for yourself. Or together.
Oh. Am I gonna... Oh shit.
Whatever would happen if my lord were to greet your friends as you?
Oh no 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 no.
Carnage he would wreak. We'd better hurry if we want to avert the bloodbath. You can thank me later for my generosity.
Oh, fuck.
Ah, there it is. Your camp, I believe. If I were to hazard a guess, I would say that you, the other you, is making his way there as we speak. Alas, this you will have to walk from here. Or run, if you can manage it. My lord would be cross if I made it too easy.
Shit, I gotta go stop me!
Such ingratitude. I'd not squander this fighting chance. After all, you've obstacles enough to overcome. Right on cue. Tempered soldiers, withstanding orders to kill those not sworn to anima. Under normal circumstances, you would make short work of them. But on this occasion, the odds are not so heavily stacked in your favor.
Also, shit, I was under the impression that Oh, yes, proceed. I was under the impression that that wasn't possible. I didn't think we could be body hijacked. And I'll pick up on the same. I have a paladin moveset. That's all good for me. Oh, Jesus. Yeah, no, I feel a very urgent sense of dread with this fucking track.
Nevertheless, 'twould perhaps be prudent to keep to the shadows, scurrying about like a rodent.
Well, you can only carry an unlimited number. Okay. I'm trying to figure out the best way to go about this. Can I go through here? Medical kit. Let's see, what's the best way to go around here? Probably through here. Stick to the shadows, stick to like the rubble. Can I go through here? That's a yes. Alright. Alright, if I want that med kit, I'm gonna have to... That's fine. If anything, I can probably outrun them. Even the time limit is now just dead center on the screen, yeah. Let's see if I can go through here. Oh, nice. Wait. Vel, look at the Magitex. I am. Trooper cell is damaged beyond repair. Okay, so some ceruleum remains there. Damage up. Kinda wish I could sprint. But mostly because with these events I always find them a little confusing just because I never know exactly where to go. That's fine. That's fine. Oh, fuck. Ah, fuck. Yeah, I never know exactly where to go with these. The directions are always a little off with these, like... Like, it can't just be me, right? This is a death. In this case, intentionally so, yeah. Like, I'm lost here. I don't know where to go. Well, it's literally right down the road. Wait, right down the road, like, that way? Well, I'll figure it out again. Cause, again, these ones can always be a little southeast. Alright, let's try that again. Hold on. Southeast, sorry. Oh, you're fine, you're southwest, okay. Yeah, no worries. Just trial and error, we can always redo them. It's fine. Skip cutscene. You know what? Given we're limited on time, we'll do very easy. We're limited on time. Because I do have other stuff to do today. Southwest. Non-canon round.
Given your diminished capacity. Nevertheless, 'twould perhaps be prudent to keep to the shadows, scurrying about like a rodent.
Alright. Like a rat. Alright, so... Did you still fish remember if you want me to tell you where to go? Well, no worries, I'll figure it out. It's just a matter of, like, knowing the routes. POV Bill going home from the hospital. Only if you were gonna get that joke. Okay, so now I know what to do. And honestly, given that I'm playing on very easy, I can probably just aggro these guys, take them out to clear my routes. So, wreck the Magitech Reaper. I found a medical kit in the cockpit. Alright, that's that. Alright, so that's transporting. Carry this over. Oh man, wait, are you kidding me? Even my inventory is disabled? Damn, you never know what you have until you lose it. Wait. Inside the... I thought I was the only one left. Ugh, the bastards got my hand when they took down the Magitech Reaper. If you can repair its leg, though, it should still work. Here, take this key. If I had the use of my hand, I might have stood a chance out there. Please send help if you can. Oh no, I get it's supposed to be hard. It's just that, you know, I'm limited on time. Oh. Its leg is disabled. Oh shit. All right. We're good. No. Either, please help us. There we go. This way. Right. Oh boy. Just help out as many people as I can. Oh shit. Oh, I can't tank AoEs like I usually do. That's honestly kind of what I'm wondering. Is this the exact body that Xenos had? Ooh, ow. Unable to escape the blast, you begin to lose consciousness. Ready. I gotta make it there. I can't let Xenos fool my friendos. Oh God. Oh, my directions are locked here. I can only press up. Uh-oh.
It is a miracle we were able to restrain the Tempered without suffering casualties.
A welcome one. Arun, Senna, and the others have their hands full as it is. Thankfully, there are enough scales for everyone.
And what of Jullus? His symptoms were particularly severe.
They were, but others fared still worse, including some brought back from the Magna Glacius. As those in most desperate need take priority, it may be a while before he receives treatment. But rest assured that he will. In the meantime, we must find our missing friend. May the Fury guide you.
Of all the bloody times for a disappearing act.
Right when the first wave struck, we'd be fools to think it a coincidence. But where even to begin the search? No one saw him leave in the chaos, and we've no trail to follow.
While I know full well he can handle himself, I worry all the same.
Ah, speak of the devil.
Uh-oh, guys!
Well, time to call off the search.
Case closed.
That's him. Over there.
Aye, 'twould appear so. Thou art struggling to perceive his presence?
That's not me!
I am. Perhaps, in the aftermath of the wave, there is some residual effect interfering with my faculties.
Where have you been? We've been worried sick.
Now, all's well that ends well. Are you all right?
Are you all right?
Who are you?
What the fuck? Oh my god. Because I'm hurting myself.
Sadly, that is all we have time for today. The effect has run its course, and back to your own bodies you must go.
Everyone's fucking ready to throw hands.
But where are my manners? You have all traveled so very far, and I have yet to pay my respects. Though in my defense, I was ill-prepared to receive so many uninvited guests. As such, preliminary entertainments were in order. A handful of tempered soldiers to hamper your progress. Refugees to command your attention while I siphon the ceruleum from the shadows. Particularly effective. Charitable souls that you are, you bent over backwards to aid them, heedless of the delay, predictable to a fault. And so my plan approaches completion unhindered. Anima will soon have absorbed the requisite amount of ether, and then shall come the spectacle to end all spectacles.
Oh.
The eldest and most powerful of primals will awaken, and all shall bear witness to the final days.
The gods themselves will be my meal. Your dear companions my dessert. Upon this world I'll feast, and death shall follow in my wake.
Okay.
All your hate, all your rage, you will render unto me.
I mean, what the?
For upon thy life's reel wind too many threads of fate, power, wheel enmeshed with woe. More terrible still is the attrition wrought upon thy companions, as they are swept up in the storm of thine existence. Take heart and protect them well. They will be your strength and your salvation.
Thank goodness. He's awake.
First question, is everyone okay?
Perfectly fine, yes. I hope the same can be said of you.
everything in working order?
Seems like it. That was definitely an out-of-body experience.
Oh, and before I forget, thanks for coming to our rescue.
Given recent events, I would be surprised if you weren't feeling a bit poorly. A hearty meal and a long rest would be my recommendation under normal circumstances, but these are anything but. If Van Daniel's boasts are to be believed, we must act quickly. Once you've blown away
Don't
the
worry, you
cobwebs,
weren't
we
at
can
the
discuss
quest level, so
preparations for our
Xenos
assault
nerfed
on the
himself
tower at
possessing
Babel.
you. So now we have clearly established Magitekin is an incredible boon for the Garleans, and the Warrior of Light is absolutely terrifying. Yeah, if I, let's just say, if I were ever not in control of my own faculties under this body, given the abilities that I wield, I am a force to be fucking reckoned with. And that is a terrifying thought. Xenos is just trying to find something to do while I get to level 90. Gotta say, that soldier's armor seemed a lot tighter in the crotch area. I can't imagine why. You're certain you're well? Nothing out of place? No missing bits? To my knowledge, there's no missing bits. Injustice Superman. Good, though I won't promise the same for Fandaniel and Xenos after I'm through with them. How much must these people suffer before they're satisfied? You tend to forget that after 100 raid wipes. Prelude to the final days, or no, this ends now. Gateway to the gods. Are you well enough to make your report? The anima was summoned with the corpse of Emperor Varus. Does the depravity know no bounds? It seems to me, honestly, Xenos took a stop before getting there. Check your back, it says Bell and Xenos together. It's like, damn it, Xenos, you tattooed something under my back without permission. Oh, hell no. Xenos possessed you and went to leveling roulette to withdraw and give you a penalty. No! The bastard! Now I'll never queue in time! But, you know, I was gonna say, it seems like upon Xenos' initial death, any semblance of sticking to, like, morals or just being a regular human being just went out the fucking window. Primal whose cry rang more loud than in your ears than ours. If you were taken to the tower itself, then this proves beyond a shadow of a doubt that it's the beating heart of the Telophoros machinations. In which case, we have some highly relevant information. As many of you know, ever since we've dispatched troops to free the Leviers, we've been developing a plan to infiltrate the tower. According to Thancred and his scouts, the main structure is lousy with tempered and enemy magitech. Furthermore, the road leading to it has collapsed, making it difficult to approach in numbers. Thus, do we propose dividing our forces into two parties, one to distract and one to infiltrate? Did Xenos piss myself? What the fuck? The diversionary force will be comprised of the Ishgardian, Gridanian, and Lomensan delegations. It will begin the construction of bridges to make the Telophoroi believe they are marching upon the tower. Meanwhile, the best suited of our Alamigan and Uldan and Eastern comrades will use a different method of ingress. I think that the point is he's above all that. To toil and sympathize is to be human. His strength is anything but, and he can't see himself sinking to that. Logically, it wouldn't make sense. Yeah, no, I get that. He is essentially, let's be real, he has essentially surpassed us with his artificial echo. We have no control over, well, assuming we have no control over the stuff we're able to do with the echo and the gift that we have. Motherfucker just straight up body snatched us when normally that wouldn't be possible. He's the epitome of a battle junkie, and you're the only thing worth fighting. Yep, pretty much. The facility marked in red is the Enceladium, a vast magitech manufactory in the ruins now, of course, but the freight tunnel connecting to the erstwhile Imperial Pass remains intact. Basically, he wants to do endgame Savage, and you want him to level 6 at Sasha. Come on, man, can we run Sasha at level 16, please? I beg. Be aware, however, that the Underground Rail Network remains very much operational. The Tempered are using it to bring supplies to the tower even now. Xenos was only able to body snatch you because Fandaniel pulled your soul out first. Yeah, fair enough. The Scions will lead the infiltration party. Once inside, you must locate and dispatch Fandaniel and Xenos. Oh, gotta save the world. Fandaniel made it quite clear that haste is a priority. Of paramount concern, even, assuming he didn't name the tower Babel of paramount concern, even assuming he didn't name the tower Babel on a whim. In Ammon's time, it meant Gateway of the Gods. Zand used it to refer to a void gate, but in this case, it almost certainly alludes to something altogether greater. Fat Daniel? The eldest and most powerful of primals. All the more reason to act now. The rest of the contingent is aware of the plan and are ready to move at a moment's notice. You are to proceed north to the Forum Patents. Lisa's group will meet you there. As ever, we are grateful for your foresight. This is the moment we've been waiting for. Spare no effort in your preparations. Fanny Danny. Alright, yeah. This, if anything, is a very good place to stop for the day. So that all being said, thank you guys so much for watching today's Final Fantasy XIV Endwalker stream. We will pick right back up where we left off on Wednesday with conquering the Tower of Babel. I will see you all next time. Bye!